everyone, and welcome to another XXL stream. Very exciting to get together and get to do this all day. Oh boy. You know what? I'll say this, though. This should be a breeze. Meme stocks and Pissmas was a nightmare. This is my bread and butter. This is 8 hours of the thing that I'm basically branded as. So I can do this. This'll be fine. Right? Let's see what I missed in chat. Sweet Lily Love, thanks for an 80 stream streak, says 80 streams, how fun. Nina is Meaner, thanks for 39 months. Lady Ann with a 7 stream streak says it's the 5th anniversary of my egg cracking, and while I'm excited about how far I've come, it sucks that I can't afford HRT in this economy. Well, congrats on the anniversary, and I hope eventually you'll be able to afford that. One Who Reads, thanks for 13 months, says, subscribe to Hannah's stream. Gift a sub to a comrade. Speaking of which, if I need a break, you'll understand. Yeah, I'll probably take like a 5 or 10 minute break a couple times during the stream. Just to get my head cleared and stuff. So I am doing a promotion right now, too. During the entirety of this stream, gift subs of 5 or more are 35% off. And if you like the stream, please consider doing that, because I'm quite a bit behind this month on subs, mostly because of the time I had to take off for the lupine situation. So if you like the stream and want to help out, consider gifting subs. Anyway, Bumble Homestead with a 40 stream streak says, thanks for the stream, this is great. I've got a lot of stuff to do, and ironically, anxiety about having to send a note to my doctor that we maybe need to up the anxiety meds. Oof, that's a catch-22. How do you send the note? You're so anxious, but you need the pills. Anyway, so, yeah, let's just jump right into it. The first one we're going to start with today is a presentation from the, quote, Conscious Life Expo, and it's called How Reptilian Aliens Took Control After the Deal. Oh, are we going to play bingo? Jesus, let me clear the bingo card real quick. I didn't even think about the bingo. Elk Owl, thank you so much for gifting 5 Tier 1 subs. Appreciate ya. And Sweet Lily Love, thanks for gifting 5 Tier 1 subs. Kicking off a hype train. Like I said, if you want to help out, you can use bits, or you can use the discounted gift subs, which would be appreciated. Just clearing off this board, and then we can get started. Sorry, my voice is a little off today, I think. But it should be fine. Alright, so let's listen to this presentation about reptilians. I think this also includes stuff about the secret space program that James Rink was involved in, or claimed he was involved in. Rick M., thanks for gifting 5 Tier 1 subs. Thank you so much.
There are many SSP programs. There's not one. There are probably dozens. And if you think about it, somebody may be working on a component for
That's kind of funny. They're not only hiding one secret space program, they're hiding dozens of different secret space programs. That's impressive. Broha, thanks for gifting 10 Tier 1 subs. Thank you for the generosity.
Spacecraft or advanced technology, and they have no idea what they're doing, except that they're just piecing this part together. They are a member of the SSP, but they don't know it. So there are lots
Not really a member then, are they?
of pieces and parts to the SSP puzzle. And my discussion today is only about my own experiences within the SSP, within the IDARF program. Because of
Like dueling spy agencies? Yeah, Spy versus Spy is actually based off the variety of secret space programs out there.
the extreme compartmentalization, there's a lot of information that people in one program aren't going to know about another. Even those at the very top
Oh, hell yeah, Broha.
of the rank structure are not going to know about other SSP programs.
Yes, believe sci-fi tech exists on the bingo card. Mr. Blast, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Thank you.
And we'll get into that in a few minutes, why they designed the system like that, why they designed the programs like that. And I think only disclosure when it happens, not if, when, because it will, when it happens, I think we'll find out a lot more.
Is bingo all squares crossed off or a line? Just a line. We're just gonna do normal bingo. I know we're doing a long stream, but maybe we'll just do like 2 or 3 bingos.
About the various programs. Now, if you're looking at the screen here, you see what is this wheel? I don't know if you've seen this before. This shows the Bilderberg Group, how many people are involved in it, their interconnections. And this gets back to the cabal.
Cabal on the bingo card.
Their control of every aspect of our lives, from the media to education to
Hey, Poetic Fox.
national defense. This is a compartmentalization. The people that work for these, the people that operate in...
I like that McDonald's is part of the evil cabal. Apparently your chicken nuggets aren't even safe. M. Scheffler, thanks for gifting 5 Tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. 85% to level 7 on the hype train.
This world are not entirely aware of the other aspects of the SSP that they may be involved with. So some of the things that we can expect to have happen as disclosure happens is that the only suggestion I can make is that expect anything and everything from one end of the spectrum to the other, because there will be momentous, joyful disclosure technologies that we'll find out about.
Joyful disclosure technologies.
But there
very normal vocabulary.
will also be some very tough truths that we will have to work through. One of the things that I'd like to ask is there anyone in here that likes being lied to? Nobody? I didn't think so. I know I don't. Well, as disclosure happens,
I would argue the ironic thing is these people are all at a convention to be lied to by people, so whether they realize it or not, they love being lied to. They just don't like to know they're being lied to. Unstable Deadbeat, thanks for gifting 5 Tier 1 subs and saving the hype train. Wow, we're over level 7.
one of the things that people are going to have to deal with are the lies. Individually, we're going to...
Shit, and then Nemesaur gifts 20 Tier 1 subs, 81% to level 9 on the hype train. What a crazy hype train. Thank you, everyone.
Go through, as well
Hey, Nemesaur.
as civilization, as well as the entire planet, what is referred to as 5 stages of grief, right? You've got the denial, anger, that was one for me. Bargaining.
Yeah, we've been that high before. It tells you if you're going to break your record, and we're not quite there yet. I don't know what the record is, but it's higher than that. Terradona, thanks for gifting 2 Tier 1 subs.
Depression and acceptance. List of offenses. There are going to be lies. There's going to be cheating. You find out about stealing, murder, greed. Pretty much every form of bad actions.
Ultra Undying says, I want you to know my Technocracy game has us hunting interdimensional Bigfoot. That sounds fun.
Some of the things that we'll find out. Now, they've been perpetrated on our mothers, our fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. And these things go back 80 plus years. As far as the plan, these guys, to get us all under one world government. And despotic control means that nobody can argue with them. So that was the plan. Elected officials, unelected officials, they're involved.
Nemesaur with a 52-month streak says 2 to the power of 2 times 13-month streak. Hell yeah. And Social Warlock gifts 5 tier 1 subs. Wow, this is a fucking insane hype train. 31% to level 10. Hey, Jessica.
They people in corporations that are involved. There's people in every level of government. Now, one of the things that I'm sure you're going to say is, well, gosh, you know, I'm awake. I've got my eyes open. And, you know...
No, we're doing Shakira tomorrow, Jessica.
Throw it at me. Come on. Give me all the truth. Well, the only thing that I would say to that is that be careful what you ask for. Because while we may be able to handle all the truths, how about
you think level 12 to 14 is the record? That sounds about right. I don't think we'll ever get that again.
Your neighbors or your family or your coworkers.
Good to know where it is.
And the same thing about toxins and getting used to it from a standpoint of the global consciousness. How are you going to react to your family or friends or neighbors that are going through those 5 stages of grief? How is it going to affect us? Because, you know, we're caring, we're compassionate, we want to help people. So naturally, it is going to affect us. We're not machines, we're not cold, we're not going to just sit idly by while our loved ones are crying.
Sorry the captions are like that. They're very at the bottom of the screen, but I can't move them like I can on YouTube. This is a Rumble video.
Over the fact that they've been lied to for their entire life. Okay, so what is the secret space program? Again, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, one of them is the IDARF, the Interplanetary Defense and Reaction Forces. So where did that come from? Well, in order to get there, we're going to have to go back in time a little bit and talk about some of the history going back to the 1930s.
Oh boy. Fake history, my favorite.
Now, how did we get from this to this? Advanced technologies. Or to that? Now, how did we get there?
That's just a Star Destroyer from Star Wars, but smooth. It's a ripoff of Star Destroyer. Come on.
We went from almost seemingly overnight.
If you're gonna present alien technology that's made up, at least make sure it's not derivative of one of the most popular sci-fi franchises in history.
From advanced anti-gravitic technologies, and a wide range of other technologies, medical, science, physics. So let's get into the history, how we got there. 1930s Germany.
Oh boy.
The Germans, prior to World War II, were very interested in esoteric mysticism, as well as a wide range of alternative views on life and connections and energies.
Yes, they were crackpots, we know.
They scoured the entire planet looking for further clues and more information. Now, in 1936-37 is when they began their contacts and communications with the Draco. All right, well, who are the Draco?
Reptilians on the bingo card for the Draco.
Well, they are an alien race that is a reptilian-based that are not very nice, to put it mildly. These are negative ETs. They are...
The entire species. We're literally stereotyping an entire species and saying the entire race is evil. Isn't it funny that you can just take stuff and put it in space and then racism is okay? In hypothetical?
Definitely service to self-oriented.
Because we must suffer, profane priestess. Hydrate. Will do.
So shortly after their first contacts with the Draco, the Germans decided, okay, well, they're saying that there's some technology down in Antarctica, so we should go down there. So in 1938, 39, they had an expedition down there. The SS Neuschwabenland was the ship, and they carved out a particular area. And I think you'll see that the area they carved out is in...
Oh no, where is it? We'll never know.
Does this have a laser? Nope. Okay. It's in the Queen Maud Land area on the map there. And on the right-hand side, you'll see those orange pieces are actually mountains. So the entire boundary from a military standpoint, is essentially an offset. It gives them some property and protection and some defense and depth.
M. Scheffler with a 3-stream streak says, "Great hype train, everyone. Let's get at least one more like that today." I appreciate the enthusiasm, but it's okay. I don't expect more than that. That was an incredible hype train.
From the mountains, where they ended up putting Base 211, the first one. So let's go through the timeline a little bit. They departed Antarctica in February 1939. They made it back to...
H. Baird says, "You bring up a good point about space and prejudice. I recently did a watch-through of the Ferengi TNG episodes, and oh my god, our heroes are racist as fuck towards them. I know they're the villains, but it really looks bad for this progressive show to have the enlightened future humans acting this way." And then Ken's sister Sue, thanks for 2 months, says he's full of charisma. The crazy had to hollow out all the charisma to make room for itself.
Germany in a couple months later, April timeframe. And guess what else happened just a few short months later? Well, that's exactly right. They invaded Poland in September, 4 or 5 months later. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't believe in those kinds of coincidences.
It's not even a coincidence. Doesn't understand what a coincidence is on the bingo card. Those are just two things happening in close proximity to one another.
So, they must have seen something, found something, right? Well, they were told what was there.
That made them want to invade Poland? Is he trying to explain Nazi actions rationally? Like, it's not that big. Like, they told you why they wanted it. They wanted Lebensraum, which was always a bullshit justification to annex their neighbors. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? We know why the Nazis invaded Poland. You don't need some esoteric made-up reason unless you want to do apologetics for the Nazis, which, fun fact, is a shitty thing to do. So don't do that.
They confirmed it. And then once they confirmed it, that furthered their plans for world domination. And so 1940s, let's go through a little bit. They started building out and stocking their base in Antarctica so that they would be able to contain, feed, house upwards of 300,000 people. There were thousands involved with it. Most of them were native Germans.
I'm sorry, did you say they built a base capable of having how many Germans in Antarctica? Do you understand how impossible the logistics of that are, considering you can't grow anything in Antarctica, you can't hunt anything realistically in Antarctica? I don't think you're going to eat a bunch of penguins. I don't think that's going to work long term. So what are they eating? You're shipping in food for hundreds of thousands of people regularly? What do they mean by native Germans? You know what he means by native Germans.
So that they could keep the information compartmentalized. Again, there's that word. They were able to use the geothermal properties underneath the mountains for their power source initially. Later on, they developed alternative advanced technologies, so they wouldn't have to rely solely on geothermal. But it was there. And they already had some advanced civilization that had been abandoned that they were told to go investigate by Draco. Draco wanted that technology. So around 1940, the Germans make their first visit to the moon in the Hannibal 1. And the same time period back on Earth,
I'm sorry, what did he just say?
they were told to make their first visit to the moon in the Hannibal 1.
Okay, so as far as this guy is concerned, the Nazis are the first people on the moon, despite no evidence of that whatsoever, and them never even claiming that they had done so. I don't know how to break this to you. If the Nazis were capable of sending a rocket to the moon, they would have been a lot more successful with their rocket programs that they already had at the time that were delivering not people to other bodies, but, you know, bombs to other countries. Ah.
And the same time period back on Earth was the period when the German Navy had commissioned some auxiliary cruisers, which basically are converted civilian ships. One of them was named Penguin, and the other one, surprisingly enough, was named Atlantis. Again, another interesting convenience.
Not really, you're making shit up, so it can kind of be whatever you want. Oop, the music is playing, sorry. Sweet Lily Love with 50 bits says, why are these conspiracy theorists always so keen to make the Nazis seem like these scientific juggernauts of the 20th century? I mean, that's kind of a projection that the Nazis put out about themselves, and some people just latch onto it. They latch on to basically Nazi propaganda, and they take it very seriously, and will even take it further, like this guy is. It's sick. It's sick.
Oh, it's not a touchscreen. All right. So during that time in the war, the cabal was in charge and had resources in which they had loaned Germany money. Germany was paying back the loans. They had
Oh yeah, this guy's super anti-Semitic.
financed them through their rebuilding efforts in the 30s, as well as financing their military expeditions of the early 40s. What happened is that Germany decided that, hey, you know, we really don't need this central bank. We're going to instead start bartering with other countries so that we don't have to use a fiat centralized currency.
Yeah, this guy's just a straight up Nazi.
Well,
this is not good.
This, of course, upset the central banks, and the central bankers decided to get other people involved, and voila, the world is at war.
Except, what are you talking about? Who started the, what do you mean, voila? You're acting as though everyone woke up and went, wait a minute, we're at war. I just feel it in my bones. No, the war was precipitated by the actions of Germany specifically. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The Nazis started the war, you fucking idiot. Oh my god.
And the U.S. declares war on Germany. Now, this same time frame was when they were working on building up their base. And so the U-boat activity after 1941, they were able to, well, their two auxiliary cruisers had been sunk by that time, but they had enough U-boats in which they didn't need any surface ships. So they were using the subsurface ships for transportation to and from their base. They had advanced technologies on their U-boats so that they didn't have to surface. They were also some of the first stealth technology that had ever been released. Oh, that doesn't look good. All right, we'll work through that. 1944, Germans returned to the moon, and they're scouting for a base at this point.
In what year? 44?
They also visit Mars for scouting purposes as well.
How did they go to Mars in 1944?
19
I like that he's not even trying to justify any of this. He just knows his audience is crazy enough that it'll absolutely take it at face value. He's not even trying to make it sound realistic. He just knows they're so receptive to this kind of messaging.
1945 through 48, the Germans start infiltrating the Allies, and their purpose was to get people in place. And they started off with, getting people in the military, getting people enlisted, getting people involved in politics, so that they could get them deeply embedded into the Allies' governments. The public portions that have been advertised are Operation Paperclip.
That was the what? That was America very specifically going and recruiting people. That wasn't a surreptitious like move by Germans to get into the American government. America went and seeked out scientists from the war. What are you talking about? That doesn't even comport with the story you just told. Saitam says Iron Sky was a hell of a series. I've seen one. I saw the second Iron Sky movie. It was pretty entertaining. I didn't see the first one.
47 was when the Antarctic Germans, the AG, started negotiations for a moon base because they found out that the property on the moon is occupied by other alternate alien races. And so they had to negotiate with...
Crazy that, we didn't find any of those when we went to the moon. Profane Priestess says, this shit pisses me off. The world wars and Great Depression were tragedies that resulted in more misery, pain, and death than any span before or since, and these disgusting, craven, intellectually weak fools refuse to learn anything from it. Disgusting. Also have some bits. Thank you.
Someone to get a base, to get a property, to get a lease. The Draco had done their homework and had assured that nobody else would deal with the Germans, so the Germans were forced to work with the Draco. It wasn't... So, 1947 was when the Antarctic Germans enacted their lunar base. Now, what did the Draco want in exchange for 20 acres of lunar landscape? And I tell you, 20 acres...
I know that acres is a general measurement for property, but hearing someone call acreage on the moon is funny for some reason.
Is really not that big. There's not much you can do with 20 acres except for, building down, which is what they eventually did. The Draco wanted 225 humans and 25 years worth of first refusal rights on the technology. That's what they wanted.
Thank you, Harms, for the kind words and the gift subs. Thank you so much.
At first, they wanted all females. And the Germans knew that in order for them to have a successful civilization, they needed as many females for propagation purposes as they...
This sounds like a 1950s sci-fi horror movie, Nazis need women! And then, the Antarctic Nazis would, come up to middle America and try and kidnap women on a low budget. Thinking, the movie They Saved Hitler's Brain, kind of. If you've seen They Saved Hitler's Brain, which you probably haven't, which fair enough.
They could, so they didn't even bother with answering that. Came back later. 6 months it took them to finally reach an agreement. They came up with the 225 citizens and 25...
I just realized I haven't used this in a while, so let's push this button.
So anyway, I just came out at Wendy's, and there was 8, I shit you not, 8 homosexuals there having lunch.
The ripping and the tearing, the ripping and the tearing.
There we go.
5 years of technology first refusal rights. Now, to give you an idea the kind of negativity that these Draco are, when they landed to come collect their prisoners, they used technology to freeze people, to lock them in place, and they also used memory alteration.
Just a peach with a $1 tip says the Confederate Civil War sub could go deeper than a German U-boat, so not so smart.
Technology that was
But did the
feeding
Confederates go to Mars? I think not.
everybody in that cave images of mutilation,
Good to see you too, Loki Fur.
images of every type of atrocity imaginable, and the people couldn't do anything about it. Why did they do that? Well, because they thought it was funny. It was their own sense of humor, as something that is sick by any normal standards. 2 guards escaped because they were outside the they were outside the freeze field, for lack of a better way of putting it, the mobilization field. They were able to make it to the exit, and that was how the security forces were able to discover what had happened, the images that they were sent, the things that they were experiencing while they were in that chamber. After that, the 278 losses, because eventually those 2 guards suicided 5 years later. And they vowed that they would
Both of them 5 years later? Did they do it together?
never use their own people again.
Or was that a coincidence? 5 years is just roughly how long it takes for that particular trauma to get to you.
So who would they use? The rest of the planet. So between the years of 1947 and 1952, the Antarctic Germans lost about 1,000 people on building out their moon base. Some of them had to do with building the enclosures so that they would seal. Some of it had to do with sensor technology, because in order
Would those pics count as uses AI? Are they AI?
to operate
I can't tell.
in a vacuum, you need to have remote sensors, and they were still working on that
I'll look more closely when he puts another picture up and decide.
technology.
Because I wasn't really looking for it, to be honest.
Again, you got to think that the Antarctic Germans had a mixture of extremely advanced technology and 1940s technology. Now, they were on an incredible learning curve because their lives depended on it, but that was what they were working with. Now, there's a lot of things that happened in 1947. In February, starting in November of 46, the U.S. government had sent a flotilla of naval ships down to Antarctica to test Antarctic operations. Now, given the amount of time between the end of World War II and the fact that they had close to 5,000 people down there, I don't buy that. The information
Except we have no evidence there was anyone down there, so maybe write that down.
that I'd gotten while I was in the SSP also didn't support that. So February, Operation High Jump ends, and they sail back to the United States, returning to Washington in April. President Truman issues his executive order in March, in which the loyalty of all federal employees would be evaluated by the FBI. This is when that started, for all federal employees having to go through background checks to test their evaluation for their loyalties. Now, at the time, the McCarthyism was running really hot, so they blamed it on the communists. But what was actually happening is that the Antarctic German infiltrators, that's what they were really after. Now, later that year,
I like that half of his story is just pointing out, here's a historical thing that happened, except it didn't happen that way. Here's how it really happened, and here's why it was that way. He's taking pieces of history and recontextualizing them to change their meaning entirely.
Here, guess what happened in July? There's one that everybody should know. The Roswell event, that's right. Now, do you find it highly suspect that the same month that the Roswell event happened is also when the National Security Council and the CIA were created?
No, those are entirely unrelated events. Like, they have nothing to do with each other. Once again, doesn't know what a coincidence is on the bingo card.
Same month. Now, the CIA took over from the operation of state security.
When you say same month, did Roswell happen first? It's interesting that you didn't say Roswell happened and then immediately after they created those agencies. You're just saying it's the same month, which is making me think, quite honestly, that maybe Roswell happened after these events, but he's just saying it's the same month to make it sound significant when the A to B doesn't even work.
Security OSS, which was handled by the military after the president enacted.
Neon Talons with a €10 super chat says, where is he getting all this hyper-specific information from again? His own butt? I think so. He's not citing any sources, so it has to be his ass. Or just shit he saw other people say, so other people's asses. The ultimate place where this information's come from is either his ass or the asses of others.
CIA, it was now handled by civilians, which meant that the military was out. They washed their hands of it, that's right. They were able to get the civilians in there so that the civilians could then control.
Just a Peach with $1 tip says, High Jump was a war game with other allies to test how well our ships and people could fight in extremely cold weather.
September of later that year, Majestic 12 was created, again, for dealing with alien.
Isn't that a fictional agency? Is he now trying to give history to a fictional agency that does not exist? Carpcosian, thanks for a 5-stream streak, says, I made beef bourguignon for the first time yesterday and it was so good. I want to try Coco Van next. I hope it's good. Mossloth says, earlier they referenced the info I learned in the SSP, so I think he's a super soldier. Okay, so yeah, his butt. He's getting stuff from his butt. Or James Rink's butt.
Politics or alien recovered craft or technology.
Rageology says, Roswell happened in June. CIA was founded in September 1947, according to Wikipedia. So it's not even accurate that it happened the same month.
Now, when Admiral Byrd left Antarctica, he took a message with him. Now, there are alleged reports that he made a statement to a newspaper about the threat and about an enemy capable of incredible feats. Well, the other message that he took with him was from the Antarctic Germans, in which they were requiring a meeting so that they could negotiate a truce, a ceasefire. Well, the Antarctic Germans needed to have some time so that they could build up their defenses. That's what they wanted to do. They had a fleet of anti-gravitic craft, but it wasn't enough to take on an entire globe of people or allies that would have been aligned against them. So they wanted some time to build up their forces. And they also knew that the allies had nothing that could compare to their technology.
That flower looks incredibly vaginal. It's very Georgia O'Keeffe. Green Guy with a $3 tip says, Hannah, if they have Antarctic Germans, do you think that do you think there are Antarctic German furries, and if they move to the moon, are they Antarctic German furry immigrants? I cannot wait for the German moon Trump to get angry. I don't think Nazis would be okay with furries. Hot take. Nazis, not the most tolerant group. Juggle command, will do.
Technologies. So December, Operation Windmill was published as we're going to make our base down in Antarctica, which in actuality what it was is part of the negotiations between the Antarctic Germans and the rest of the planet. Guess what happened in the next year? Operation Mockingbird had its starts. So these all go back to a very busy 1947, 1948.
I know that there are a shocking number of furries that are Nazis, but the non-furry Nazis do not like the furry Nazis, would be my guess. I imagine they would find them embarrassing.
Now, Frank Wisner was a member of the CIA and was put in charge of propaganda and the controlling of the media. After what happened with Roswell, they did not want to go through another incident like that. So they decided that they would take it on head first. Well, how do you do that? Well, you pay a bunch of people that are employees of mainstream media to do what and when and how and whatever you need them to say. Operation Mockingbird. Now, in 1972, it came out. Oh my gosh, that's 25 years later. Well, do you really think that it stopped just because it went public? No, it did not. So in February, Operation Windmill 2 was finished up, in which the Antarctic Germans reached a ceasefire with the cabal. Now, they had expected a formal treaty to follow, and so what they wanted was, again, to buy some more time. So that was what happened in 1948. The ceasefire agreement established the Antarctic Germans as a sovereign nation. Their existence was to be kept secret. The reasons
Green Guy says, if the Germans are not okay with furries, how would they be okay with an alien race that's technologically superior to the Antarctic German furries? Yeah, I'm starting to think this story doesn't make a lot of sense.
for that have to do with the Antarctic Germans were threatening to go public with advanced technologies, and the cabal did not want that to happen because they wanted to maintain control. The other thing that the cabal had going for it at the time was that if the Antarctic Germans had gone public, there is a very strong possibility that the rest of the globe, the personnel, the citizens would have said, you know what, even if it means nuclear annihilation for us all, let's get rid of those Nazis once and for all. So they kept it secret because the politicians knew that they may not have a choice if it went public. They would be out of their control from the citizens of the planet. They established their embassies. They have at least one senior executive in thousands of corporations. Now, what kind of corporations? Now, we're talking about Ivy League schools. We're talking about engineering research schools. We're talking about defense contractors, agriculture, medical, research hospitals, banks, everything imaginable. They had at least one senior executive, because again, they had 300,000 people to do something with. And their plan was to infiltrate the rest of the planet so that they would have their own people in place. One of the consolations that they provided to the cabal was that they gave them base theories, not technology, but base theories. So they had to do their own homework. Now, having their own people in place meant that essentially they were
Oh, they put a lot of ads in this. Aspiring
giving
Banana Stand, thanks for following.
Advanced theories. So no harm, no foul, because they're just giving it to themselves, right? Well, their own people being executives in these companies, the process of advancement, well, you've got somebody who has a leg up already because they've got advanced technology knowledge. And suddenly they are on a fast track to the CEO or senior executive or any number of other positions. Now, 1948 through 1954, the cabal was stalling for time because they knew that they could not stand toe-to-toe with the Antarctic Germans. The technology level of the Antarctic Germans was far beyond anything that they could handle. I mean, they tried with a naval task force, and the naval task force was sent packing. So 1949, the USSR fires their first nuclear bomb. Now, there's evidence that shows that the U.S. gave the Soviet Union the plans. Now, my thinking is that they were trying to spread
Yeah, I'm sure the United States hated being the most powerful country in the world due to its nuclear weapons. I'm sure they just hated it.
out more information so that they
Miss Quilanius thinks for 54 months says, how do so many people know about something so super duper extra secret? Because they're super duper extra special, don't you know? They know all the secrets. They hide them in their butt.
could keep the Antarctic Germans in check. You get more people that are standing up against you, then you have a better chance of coming out ahead. The Chinese communists take control that year. 1950, the Korean War starts. Hey, we can't go to a treaty because we're fighting a war. Please give us a break. 1950 to 1954, McCarthy's Red Scare. Again, the U.S. government was searching for the moles and the spies from the Antarctic Germans. Now, one of the things that they provided as a good faith, at least that's what they called, the cabal provided the London Debt Agreement, in which all of Germany's, now conventional Germany, not Antarctic Germany, the Antarctic Germans still had a connection and a love for their homeland. So the cabal took advantage of that and said, okay, look, give us some more time and we will forgive all the war debt before and after World War II. So this goes back to World War I. Now, we think that the United States debt of, what, 22 trillion is high? How about 1,000 trillion that they forgave in equivalent modern dollars? $1,000 trillion, free and clear. That's what they gave to Germany. Now, during this time, the Antarctic Germans were working on their moon base. Again, they had lost about 1,000 people. They had
Lennon Cat says 1,000 trillion. You mean a quadrillion? I mean, I didn't know that off the top of my head either. I think that's not something most people know.
also started working on their Mars base, New Berlin. And the problem with New Berlin...
Why would you build your new capital city on another fucking planet? What are you talking about? This guy needs to stop liking Nazis. Jesus Christ. G. Tara says, honestly, I'd be concerned if a guy shared these kind of top secrets with me. I'd be like, whoa, wait, why did you tell me about the Cabal and Antarctic Germans? Didn't you just say how powerful and far-reaching the Cabal is? Thanks to you, I'm gonna end up dead or worse. That is the funny thing about all these conspiracy theories, where it is some evil organization and the people who are adherents of the theory just go out publicly and talk about it, and nothing ever happens to them. And yet they're like, no, that's the real thing, guys. I'm just super special. I have main character syndrome, so they can't just kill me.
is that, well, their goals for New Berlin was that they had to...
Just a Peach says, Green Guy pointed at 300,000 people leaving for the moon would have left a mark on the environment because of the fuel usage. People would have noticed, that's for sure.
Invade the space and take it over from another alien race. Now, they lost about 17,000 soldiers during that campaign. Now, it may not sound like a lot, one is too many, but if you add up all the Allies' losses during World War II, this is what that accounts for from a perspective of their total population. Now, it also meant that it was some of the most physically fit, some of the most active. These were the people that they lost. And so they knew that they needed to fix their personnel problem. And one way to do that was to acquire more people for some of
Trey says, I'm working on a modern D&D setting, and a part of that setting is that there's a cabal who keeps magic secret, and one of their methods is to train actors for years to be the most uncharismatic conspiracy theorists and do long-winded video essays like this. That's funny world building.
of the jobs and positions that their people couldn't fill or didn't want to fill. So they stepped up their pressure on the cabal. UFO sightings blossomed, exploded during that time frame. There were military pilots that gave testimony about a UFO craft that would shadow them, that the pilot would give them the finger and then fly off, and that the pilot looked humanoid. There were mass sightings over
Why would they give the finger? That's not a German thing.
D.C. There were mass sightings over New York City. I believe that was an Andromeda class, the one over New York City, and we'll see that in just a second.
Does he think every country does the middle finger, so he doesn't understand that it wouldn't make sense necessarily for Germans to do it?
There we go. That was in 1950. Now, the final straw that the Antarctic Germans used to bring the cabal to the table was they did a nuclear demonstration strike on a heavy cruiser, coincidentally, on its way back from Bikini Atoll during the U.S.'s nuclear testing. The Antarctic Germans exploded a nuclear weapon close enough to affect the heavy cruiser from the EMP. Now, it wasn't close enough that it burned it up. It didn't do that. They just wanted to disable it. They wanted to get the United States' attention. Now, of course they did, because it took them 12 hours to get the ship moving again, and then they limped back to Hawaii. But the Antarctic Germans took it a step further, because they knew that the U.S. government would probably say, hey, there's a chance that, those Navy personnel were too close to Bikini Atoll, and that was the explosion that knocked out the power and all the electronics and electrical systems on the heavy cruiser. The Antarctic Germans weren't taking any risk. So they had filmed the entire operation and sent boxes of these films to pretty much every leader in the world, so that there was no question that, number one, they had nukes. They were willing to use them.
Who in the modern day has the attention span to watch these? Older people, typically, either Gen X or above, is my read on the demographic. It's usually not millennials. It's usually Gen X or above. At least based on the ads I get on Rumble, that's what I get. Lots of ads for, like, medication and mobility issues and, like, alt health stuff that's usually tailored towards, like, older people, like hearing loss, stuff like that. So I'm guessing older people. Relatively older than me.
And their requests was they wanted to meet to come up with a formalized treaty. Well, that pretty much did it. So, as we mentioned a minute ago, the AG finished up their Mars military campaigns in 1954.
True, M. Scheffler says Hannah and her chat. We're mocking it, though, so... I guess that's different, question mark? I don't know.
That was also the same year that they developed their memory wipe technology. So 55 through 59 was when the Antarctic Treaty negotiations began. Now, Antarctica, I imagine that everybody here has read or heard some things about Antarctica. I mean, it's about the size of the United States. It has every natural resource, from oil and coal to uranium to gold and silver. Now, has there been another spot on the planet that corporations wouldn't go into to drill for
Still watching? I guess that's true.
oil? Think about the depths that they would go to in the ocean, or the fracking, or the lengths that they will go to. Well, why didn't they do it in Antarctica? It's got all these resources. Well, it's because of the Antarctic Treaty. There were two components to the Antarctic Treaty. There was a public version, and then there was a classified version.
It's a secret treaty.
Operation Deep Freeze 1 and 2 was the operation in which the cabal had built and established their base in Antarctica, and it also allowed for them to go through the negotiations with the Antarctic Germans. This time was also when the Antarctic Germans continued their political espionage, because they wanted to infiltrate every country, not just one, but every country, every major corporation, every major organization on the planet. That was how they were going to run their things, and that's how they were able to gain control over technology.
And famously, countless numbers of people can all keep a secret, right? Yeah, we'll go over bingo when this video's over, which is about 8 minutes.
So
12 minutes.
1959 was the year that the Antarctic Treaty was enacted.
Thank you, Carpcosian.
Now, what did the Antarctic Treaty, the classified portion?
Just a peach with a tip says, an ad on YouTube from Rumble that starred Crowder. It was gross. That is disgusting.
What did it do? Well, it granted the Antarctic Germans about 150,000 personnel from the rest of the world. Now, what does that mean? They were going to pick them up from a place and time of their choosing. They had assured the rest of the leaders of the world that they would pay them and take care of them and feed and house them and give them fair medical treatment and anything that they needed. Give them the opportunity to become German citizens if they so chose at the end of 5 years. If they didn't, oh, well, okay, they would send them back home. That didn't happen. No surprise. Also, as part of the Antarctic Treaty, is that they had at least one Antarctic German on the governing board of directors. So not only do they have senior executives, at least one, larger corporations had 5 to 10.
Medicated person with 42 months says 42 months, woo!
But they've got now their own people on the board of directors. And thousands of worldwide corporations, universities, medical research facilities, banks, financial institutions, you name it. The other portion of their plan was to have at least one executive, one of their citizens on the executive branch of every government on the planet, at least one. The United States had multiple civilians from the Antarctic Germans within the government. Now, again, their society was to remain classified. They didn't want it coming out. They didn't want the world ganging up on them, and the cabal would lose their power and control if that happened. So it was a win-win for both of them. The AG stopped and ceased their overflights and their shadowing of both civilian and military aircraft. Through the 60s, the cabal and the Antarctic Germans continued their cat and mouse game. The United States effort to put a man on the moon was an opportunity for siphoning off millions of dollars to invest it into black projects. They used the Antarctic Germans, their embedded citizens, to great effect, because if they had a technology that turned out, well, this has a lot of promise, and this may be something that would actually work in a military or civilian field. Well, they used their citizens, both in the government and in the corporations, to either close the project down publicly and take it black, or to transfer it completely. So that's why you end up seeing, looking through the records in a Google search, a lot of technologies that just, poof, disappeared during the 60s. Well, this is why.
What technologies?
The AG and the cabal both continue to work on their mind control programs. And this includes technology as well as pharmaceuticals during the 60s. Now, keep in mind that the World War II Germans, the Third Reich, had pioneered a lot of things, and included among them were mind control. And so the scientists and engineers and doctors and technicians that were part of the Antarctic German Society, they had and continued their mind control programs. Well, the cabal wasn't going to be turned out, so they started their own, which we can see and hear about now, some of the disclosure that's coming about relating to the use of LSD on prisoners, and they're trying attempts to do mind control. Well, that's just scraping the very surface of it. When disclosure happens again, we'll find out the full depth of how deep this particular rabbit hole goes.
Yes, I'm sure very soon all of your crazy bullshit will be proven to be true, and everyone will say, "We're sorry we didn't believe you, crazy person."
Now, the 1960s is also when the AG built their new base, New Wurzburg. That was their second city. They also were building out their first carrier task group. The picture I showed you earlier of the cigar-shaped ship, that's one of their carriers. The AG also expanded further into the solar system, including Ceres, the moons around Saturn, the Kuiper Belt, the Oort cloud. There's so many resources out there that all it takes is setting up a base and operations, and then you can go and find
Sorry.
your own small planetoid that has whatever you need. So that's what they were doing.
It's all right. There's only 6 minutes left, guys. There's only 6 minutes left in his
This is
video, and
also
then we can move on
the time frame that
from the boring Nazi man.
they had obtained the jump gate technologies. During this time frame was when the 5-year loaner program had ended. Now, they were supposed to return these people, right? They weren't kidnapped
After this, I am probably going to go grab my glasses real quick,
per se.
because I forgot them this morning and they're downstairs.
But-
Juggle. Will do.
What happened is that they would return them and then re-abduct them, or they would write false death reports. So they ended up keeping about 90% of the people that they had acquired from that deal. This was also the time frame in which the cabal had learned more about some of the threats to Earth from certain alien sectors. Any advanced dimensional, scalar, time, advanced physics, those were
Thanks,
the projects
ITAM.
that were buried.
See you later.
So let's get into the 70s. The cabal are continuing to buy as much time as they can because still they know that, number one, they're infiltrated, and there's not much they can do about it. They tried to do something with the McCarthy era, but that didn't really work out so well. Incidentally, Senator McCarthy died 3 years after stopping the Red Scare at Bethesda Medical Center, same place that the former Secretary of Defense died. Yes.
I would imagine it's a hospital where a lot of former government officials go. Maybe their government insurance tells them to go to that hospital.
Forrestal, that's right. So, yeah, if you get sick, don't ever go to Bethesda. No, I'm just kidding. It apparently is a great hospital, but yeah, if you survive the fall. The 1970s are when the cabal learned that the Antarctic Germans had memory wipe technology. Before then, they hadn't known about it. So the mind wipe technology was really on par with the Manhattan Project because it allowed a government to operate in 100% certainty that the information that was going out with their personnel was locked down. So they were able to keep people from remembering things, so they had nothing to tell. You got nothing to tell, you're not a security risk. And the cabal really wanted that technology. So it took them a few years, but eventually, in 1979, they had a joint KGB CIA operation in which they had gotten one of the security forces from the Antarctic Germans to turn. And they acquired the technology and made it look like an accident that happened at altitude over the Pacific with nothing left in an expanding ball of white plasma.
Jitara says, I'm just imagining patients clipping through the beds and nurses getting stuck on furniture due to poor pathing.
Now, they took that and reversed engineered it. It took them a few years to get that done.
Because Bethesda, do you get it? I get it.
1972 was also the time frame that the Draco 25-year first refusal rights had ended. So after that time frame, the Antarctic Germans were able to keep the technologies that they had acquired or were digging up.
Oh my god, there's an ad right before the end. That's so shitty. Ad, and then there's only 2 minutes left.
They reached their targeted self-sustaining worker population for their outlying colonies, their outlying manufacturing facilities, the locations out in the rest of the solar system. The Antarctic Germans started working on their own time travel. What they found was that there were problems with temporal interference if they messed around or tried to monkey with timelines in the past. What they found, strangely enough, was that when they go back and try and change something by altering whether someone crossed the street here or there, they didn't get hit by a car. Well, what they found was that within a reasonable amount of time, the person would die anyway. Something else would happen. Or the outcome that they were trying to avoid would happen anyway. And so now they're dealing with multiple problems in the past, and so they stopped, thankfully. But I found it interesting that that was one of the things that they discovered through trying to manipulate with time, was that the things that they were trying to prevent or happen ended up happening anyway. So 1980s. 1982 was when the Cabal finished their reverse engineering of the mind wipe technology. The time frame that they had built their technology for memory wipe was also...
There's only 20 seconds left. This is going to cut off in the middle of his fucking talk, isn't it?
The same time frame that Voyager 1 and 2 were passing the Jupiter-Saturn area. And one of the things that Voyager 1 did for the Cabal was it informed...
Freyline says, so they spent a lot of time trying to save Hitler and he kept dying in other ways is what I'm hearing.
...them just how much build-out the Antarctic Germans had, just how much infiltration alien races were making into our solar system. It scared them.
And that's where it ends, which I'm happy about because I'm tired of listening to that man. Okay, let's take a quick look at the bingo card, and then we will continue after I grab my glasses. Illuminati, Freemasons, Cabal, incorrectly believes sci-fi technology exists. Anything else? Was that all we had? Did we have other things? Anything? I don't know if we did. He talked a lot, but he didn't necessarily have a bunch of, like... He didn't have a bunch of spaces. Reptilians, of course. For the Draco. I remember that. And doesn't know what a coincidence is. Aliens did it? Sure, for the Nazi stuff. They gave him tech and stuff. And MK Ultra. He did mention that. I guess that's more spaces than I thought. Anything else? Would infiltrators in the Illuminati be controlled opposition? I don't think so. Oh, he did mention Atlantis. I almost forgot. I did forget. Thank you for the reminder. Oh, thinly veiled anti-Semitism, probably. Where's that one? Thinly veiled anti-Semitism. All right. Have I seen Videodrome? Yeah, I like Videodrome. It's not my favorite Cronenberg movie, but I do like it. All right, I'm going to go grab my glasses real quick, and then we'll continue. Be right back. Oof. That was a slog. We'll do some shorter ones. I know that was a longer one, and he was a little boring. Well, if you're into glasses, you're welcome. Okay, what's next? Oh, wow, the glare on these is really bad when I have my light on. Give me 1 sec to wipe these. Actually, I'll find a video real quick and I'll wipe them while we start it. Let's do this one.
Welcome to Sacred Enzyme. I'm Stacy. I hope you're doing well today. So we got a lot of content to go through today. So one of the things that I've been talking about for a while is my cousin Thomas Jefferson. He was a Randolph, and I come from the Randolph family, and I'm telling you, I'm very intertwined with this time period in Astral. And I've had a lot of insights into this family. And as I've said before, I'm pretty certain that a character that I had during this time was Mary Randolph. And she wrote the first American cookbook. And I'm pretty sure that was me. I'm pretty certain it was me. So I want
Deep State was mentioned. Okay, we'll get it on the next bingo pass.
to read. I've been reading a lot of Thomas Jefferson's letters for a long time. And one of the things that I've talked about repeatedly is that Meriwether Lewis was murdered. Now, the Lewis
For those that don't know, Meriwether Lewis shot himself, I believe, if I remember correctly.
family, Meriwether, they were our family. And Thomas Jefferson was a very inquisitive person. He was a voracious reader. He was an endless communicator. I mean,
He was also a rapist.
there's so many letters. He was in
Probably put rapist there at the top.
Mary's. So he was like my mom. He could
Your mom raped slaves?
be a good communicator. He just wasn't a good grounder. You know, he was all air. So anyway, I was reading about Thomas Jefferson and this whole slavery scenario because I know that
Scenario?
that's not accurate. I know it's not accurate.
Oh, she's in denial about slavery and Thomas Jefferson. That's a fun one.
I had many interracial marriages in my family, so race was not an issue.
How do I even begin to get into this? Ma'am, Thomas Jefferson was a rapist who raped slaves. I don't care how many other members of your family are in interracial marriages or relationships. It has no bearing on Thomas Jefferson's actions. What the hell?
So what I want to read is this letter that was written to Thomas Jefferson before July 3rd, 1788, from John Ledyard. Okay? So this is interesting because it talks about the Tartars, and it's going to segue, these letters are going to segue into, what I'm talking about.
The Tartars are an ethnic group that does exist. They have nothing to do with the imaginary land of Tartaria, except that people get the idea of Tartaria from old maps that call things Tartaria because it's vaguely the land of the Tartars.
About that has to do with Meriwether Lewis, because Thomas Jefferson knew a lot more than what the public knows about. He knew that there were people here from the old world. He knew that there were Jews. He knew that there were Welsh and other mixed race Native Americans that were here. Okay.
What?
Now, when Meriwether Lewis was coming back, him and Thomas Jefferson were in constant exchange of letters, but there was a time period where no letters were exchanged because Meriwether was he was kind of out of the loop. He wasn't.
I'm glad I didn't live in a time where letter writing was a thing, because it's so much effort. Like, these days, I'll just text people until I get really insecure, and then I'll stop texting them, and it's really easy. I feel like that's more impactful if, like, it's not if it was a letter and you just stop getting long letters in the mail, that hurts. This way, it's just like, you just don't hear from me almost ever, and that's fine. You know what I mean? If it was a letter writing thing and I suddenly stopped writing a letter, I think it would be very mean.
Anywhere where he could receive mail.
Instead, I just self-isolate and don't text people. It's much better.
But I know that he wasn't planning on offing himself and not coming back. And the reason that I say that is because he had instruments that belonged to Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson had sent him his watch that he needed repaired. And so that was one thing. And he sent him a sextant and a few other tools that he could use for navigation purposes. Thomas wanted his watch back. He wanted his watch back. And Meriwether was going to return it to him. So if you've got plans and arrangements made with somebody for an arrival and a return, and you're bringing things back, and you're bringing company back, and you're having these meet and greets, because there are 4 or 6 Native American tribes that were traveling back with Meriwether to Virginia to have an audience with Jefferson.
I'm sorry, is the entire reason she just doesn't understand what depression is like, or like what suicidal ideation is like? She's like, he had plans and stuff. Okay, so you can have plans and have self-delete-y thoughts, and some people go through with it, even if they already have plans, because they don't care, because they're in so much pain.
The Randolph family. Because everybody that was in government at that time were Randolphs. They were all Randolph family members. The first president of the Continental Congress, before we became in United States, was Peyton Randolph, guys. There were 10 or 11 other presidents before we had George Washington, and they were all Wolf.
Just a Peach with a tip says, what the fuck for the vid about slavery, for this vid about slavery. Also, did you see the tip about the last guy's bad math? No, Just a Peach said earlier, he's very bad at math. If 300,000 in Antarctica, 300,000 on the moon, how many in the companies and government? 5 million or more. So more than the adult population of Germany. Yeah, that's true.
Lupine bloodlines, guys.
Oh, now I'm sad.
They were the wolves. They were the wolves. So I'm going to read you this letter, because if you think Tartaria is not real, then you better wake up. These people were all here. Meriwether didn't kill himself. It was the beginning of the reset. It was the beginning of the end for my family in government. And here we go. From John Ledyard. Sir, when men of genius want matter of fact to reason from it is bad, though it is worse to reason without it. It is the fate of genius not to make or to misapply this reflection, and so it forms theories. Humble minds admire these theories because they cannot comprehend them, and disbelieve them for the same reason. Simplify the efforts and the attainments of all the ancient worlds in science, and it amounts to nothing but theory, to a riddle. The sublime of an ancient wisdom was to form a riddle.
Why did they write so pretentiously historically? Can I ask that? And I know that this is a relative thing, so to me it comes across as pretentious, but presumably at the time it did not. Why is it like this? Why did people write like this back in the day? So grandiose. It's so, like, extra. I don't get it.
And the Delphic god bore the palm. Men had then great encouragement to do so. They were made priests, prophets, kings, and gods. And when they had gained these distinctions by riddles, it was necessary by riddles to preserve them. Men have since, though but very lately, and not yet universally, sought impartiality for truth. And we nowadays seek truth not only for its own enchanting beauty, but from a principle, though not more valuable, yet more generous, viz., the pleasure of communicating it to one another. The soothsayers,
There's just a dog snoring in the background also, which is kind of funny.
magicians, prophets, and priests of old would think us as errant fools, as we think them knaves. In my travels, I have made it my rule to compare the written with the living history of man. And as I have seen all kinds of men, so I have not hesitated to make use of all kinds of history that I am acquainted with in the comparison. And I give in many cases as much credit to traditions as to other history, implicit credit to none, nor implicit credit to interferences that I myself draw from this comparison except rarely, and then I am as sure as I want to be. Thus,
I'm gonna skip ahead and see if she just talks more, because I'll be honest, I don't really care about the letter. Terradona says, the landed gentry were often pretentious, I guess.
that it was of more in detail. Sir, I am certain. I'm just reading this, guys, so don't get butthurt, okay? Let's not get
Don't get butthurt.
emotional. I am certain that all the people, I am certain, the Negroes accepted, because I have yet not personally visited them, all to compose one family, uniting customs as related by
Jesus, is she gonna go?
all of us.
Okay.
This is why the primordial mother, she looks Asian, and she told me that she is the mother of Earth and that I come from her.
Oh! Okay. Well, that's good for you, I guess.
And at first I couldn't figure it out. It has nothing to do with all this. We're all a mixed bag. Guys, we're all a mixed bag. And by extending the idea and uniting customs, traditions, and history, I'm satisfied that this common origin was simple and most. So obviously, from this note right here, from this letter that was written before 1788, that Thomas Jefferson was quite curious about the Tartars. He was also quite curious about us all being from one family, and that we were all scattered all around. So do you think that the expedition that Clark and Lewis and Clark went on was just about finding new territories?
Yes. Well, it was to find a Northwest Passage. That was a big part of what they were looking for.
It wasn't. It was looking for family, folks. This is why Pocahontas was married into our family. This is why Thomas Jefferson had a relationship and many children with Sally Heming. Because it didn't matter.
Oh my fucking god. Whoo! She was his slave. That was rape. He raped her. She had no choice, ma'am.
They were black. We were all family, folks. Do you see? They knew what we didn't. And this is why when the Revolutionary War started out, they were trying to kill Thomas Jefferson. He had to go into hiding. He had to go into hiding. And this was because already at that time, the footwork was being put into place for the long game. It was already put into place. So when we talk about the time before the United States, before the Revolutionary War, when they were resetting, it wasn't my family that was part of the reset. My family was holding the boundary, and they were trying to bring truth into the society. I have more letters to read, but this one is enough for today because it's been 12 minutes, and I really hope that that got your gears turning, because there's a lot of letters that we're going to read. There's another one from John Ledyard to Thomas Jefferson, but there's a lot of letters that Thomas Jefferson wrote. He wrote a lot of letters about slavery. He wrote a lot of letters about being pissed off because they wanted to strike it when he put it in the Declaration of Independence, that he wanted to make all men equal. They lined right through that shit.
The man was a slave owner. He was a prolific slave owner. Fucking Monticello was a fucking he had slaves. What are you talking about?
He saved the paper because he wasn't going to have...
She's claiming she's related to Thomas Jefferson. I don't know if she actually is.
His name go down in history. I just got to...
She seems kind of crazy, so I would guess not, but who knows?
Theo, he wasn't going to have his name go down in history as someone who was oppressing humans.
Okay, he was, though. He was oppressing other human beings, so he probably shouldn't have done that if he didn't want that to be his legacy.
Even had his own version of the Bible. It was called the Jefferson Bible.
Yeah, he cut out all the miracles.
He was turning it into the ABCs of spirituality, guys. That's what he was doing. So with that, when you come and find me, I'll be here, because we're living in the past, present, and the future, all at the same time. So if you haven't visited the National Archives, guys, and started reading these actual letters that were correspondence between the people that were living during the time, then you're missing out on a big scope of information to put forth a hypothesis that things were not like what we've been told. So I'd love to hear what you have to say. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share the videos. My channel is pretty much shadow banned. It's not for profit. It's for knowledge. It's not for gatekeeping. It's for waking everybody up, guys. So share the videos, like and subscribe and comment so we can get motion on the videos. People need to realize that it's us together. Regardless of what all this looks like, this is irrelevant. It's what's here, guys. It's the heart space. It's us against the false timeline matrix. There's no left and right. There's no black and white. It's souls. It's souls. You're either on the good side of things or you're not. Plain and simple. Time to step into your purpose. Time to wake up. Hope to catch you on the next one, guys. Thanks for watching. Sacred Enzyme.
Oh,
Bye-bye.
she's, like, actually cracked. That's a shame. That's a real shame. She's actually crazy. Anyway, let's see what's next.
Okay, it's finally started. People are starting to understand this is true. This is an arm inside of a statue. Well, what's an arm bone doing in a statue? And the same thing here. What is this tendon doing that runs down the leg into the blood at the ankle? They had a way of turning people into stone. Ovid
And make them giant.
spoke of this in huge amounts in his epic work, Metamorphosis. They were able to change anything they wanted into anything they wanted, and they did it just for fun in many cases. This was an epic work done by a poet they call poets, writers, Ovid. O-V-I-D. This was his magnus opum, 12,000 lines. And he wrote during the time of Julius Caesar. He's got 15
No,
books.
I don't have any Roger clips on the soundboard. I have a backlog of sound clips I need to add, and I need to reorganize the whole soundboard, which is, I think, why I haven't used it as much lately. I need to, like, take an hour and just completely reorganize everything, because it's kind of screwed up the way that's organized right now. Anyway.
In these works. And he talks about giants, he talks about gods, he talks about their ability to change material into any material they wanted. The gods could become anything they wanted. They could become just like us, our size. They could become the size of planets. And they could do this at will. Ovid started right at the creation, the ages of mankind, the flood, Deucalion, who was Noah, all right down the line, all of the Perseus, who cut off Medusa's head. All of these things he wrote in all of his books. And the themes, the different genre, division, and narrative allowed the Metamorphosis to display a wide range of themes. Everything that happened he wrote about. But the first two lines, lines 1 and 2 of book 1, I have 15 books, lines 1 and 2, it is exactly what he wrote. He said metamorphosis, transformation, changing things into a unifying theme amongst the episodes. Ovid raises its significance explicitly in the opening lines of his work, of his poem. In nova fert animos mutatus discere formos corpora, which means I intend to speak of forms changed into new entities. Accompanying this theme is often violence inflicted upon a victim whose transformation becomes part of the natural landscape. Giants, they turn into mountains. Now, here it says there is a
Giants on the bingo card.
great variety among the types of transformations, from human to inanimate objects like the Nile River, to constellations, to animals, into plants, from animals into ants and fungi and mushroom, into humans, from one sex to another. They could change anything they wanted to anything they wanted, and this is no joke. The evidence is here, we just have ignored it. All right, this is one of those Egyptian statues, a pharaoh or something. And these are...
One of these fucking Egyptian statues. I don't even know what it is. It's probably a fucking pharaoh. Who knows?
the ribs in the chest, and that is a lung. This stuff can be tested. It's not hard to test.
Okay, go get it and test it then. You can't just say it can be tested and then act as though it has been tested and proven. That's what he's doing rhetorically, though. He's acting as though because he's saying you can test this, that he has tested this and it has the same weight as if the test had come back in his favor. He's so weird.
It's just laying there. Now, what happens with the blood is if it's encapsulated, it will stay red and wet, basically. And eventually it'll start to roam around inside the tissue that it's in, and if it has an exit, it will exit, as I will show you. Okay, I know this is way off the charts, but it is true. You see this here? It appears that they could get through the muscle, and but they can't get the tendon and they can't get the blood. Those get encapsulated, and if they can find a way out, they will leak out. Now, this is obviously red iron.
It's oxidized. It's iron.
Iron blood. Your blood is red. It's red. It's red. It's iron. Now, this white strap and this right here, that's the kneecap, and that is the tendon that runs right down the front of your leg. Anatomically, it is exact. His shoulder, the same thing. The muscles and all that sort of stuff. Now, can I show you a kneecap and a tendon running down like this, and then a bunch of red blood running down through the muscle of the calf? You got a lot of muscle going on there. A lot of muscle means a lot of blood. Well, let's take a look at that. This.
Okay, I think that's about as much Roger as I can handle today. I hate to cut that short, but no, I don't. Fuck Roger. He's annoying me to no end. Sorry. Let's see what else. M. Scheffler with 100 bits says, blood is ready, blood is red, strawberries are red, strawberries equal blood. True! Very true.
Back, everyone. So I want to talk about something that many of you may have experienced at some time in your life, where you were in public, maybe on a train or a bus, maybe you were just driving down the street. Actually, anywhere that you have been where there were people you didn't know. It could have been a small group of people or a massive crowd. But have you ever noticed someone in a crowd who felt out of place? Not visually, but existentially.
What does that even mean?
No, like they
existentially?
Shouldn't be there. Have you ever seen a person who didn't seem connected to the space around them at all? Sensed someone's presence before you actually saw them, but wish you hadn't? Ever walked past someone and felt a sudden, unexplainable heaviness? Ever felt compelled not to look at someone sitting alone on the sidewalk? Ever notice a figure who seemed frozen in time while everything else moved normally? Ever seen someone whose stillness felt intentional, like they were
Let them chill. Why you being weird? People are allowed to chill in public.
waiting, watching? So what I'm getting at here is, out of all the people that surround you each day, what are the chances that every once in a while you pass by or see a person that is not really there? Or you see a person that is not really a person? Because, you know, some things don't hide in shadows. They hide in crowds. Most people don't realize how often their body knows something before their mind does. You can be walking down a perfectly normal street, nothing visibly wrong, nothing happening that would make sense to be afraid of, but something inside you tightens up, right? There's no clear reason for it. No thought you can point to.
Sorry, just the ominous music is cracking me up.
Just a sense that something isn't right. It's that internal alarm that goes off. That spidey sense, right? For some people, it shows up as a tightness in the chest, like the air just got heavier. Some people get goosebumps, or a lot of the time, people will feel that instinctive pull to change direction, to cross the street, to speed up or to slow down, to put distance between themselves and whatever it is that they're sensing. You know, there's a certain kind of encounter people describe over and over, and it almost always sounds ordinary at first. Someone sitting on a sidewalk, on a curb, maybe they're on a sidewalk against a building, not moving much, not really drawing any attention to themselves. They're just
Maybe mind your own goddamn business.
there. They're not holding a sign, not asking for money, not trying to get anyone's attention. Their eyes are just looking straight ahead, not really focused on anything in particular. People pass by, cars go by.
This is such paranoid thinking. Like, you see someone and you don't know what they're doing, so you automatically assume it's nefarious? What the fuck?
The city keeps moving, and they remain completely still, like they're disconnected from whatever moment everyone else is in. What stands out is how untouched they seem by everything around them. You know, the weather doesn't matter, rain, heat, cold, it's all the same. Noise doesn't register either. Sirens, traffic, conversations, footsteps, none of it seems to pull their attention.
Okay, people are allowed to sit around and think.
Time feels strange around them, too. You walk down the street and take a glance back seconds later, or even much farther down the street.
This NPC shit has gotta stop. This ends in terrible places. When you start to convince crazy portions of the population that other people are literally not people and don't have souls. I don't think anyone has souls, but they think some people do. So they're making a differentiation between what a real person is and what a fake person is. That does not end well. It has never ended well.
And nothing has shifted at all. And for some strange reason, they either stay on your mind or you completely forget. Not because of sympathy or fear exactly, but because something about the encounter won't settle in. There are some encounters that don't feel like you're meeting another person at all. They feel more like you've stepped into something that was already there. It's like the person is oddly tied to a specific spot, always in the same place, positioned the same way, almost like part of the landscape itself. It doesn't feel like they arrived there or chose to sit there. It feels like that's where they belong, as if they're rooted to the concrete, the doorway, the corner of the street. So instead of thinking about them as individuals moving through society, it begins to feel more like the way people describe haunted locations. You feel that
Literally, it's just people. This is all over just a person. What are you talking about?
their weight the moment you step into them, even if nothing visibly changes. There's an energy or a presence in that place, right? Okay, so what if some encounters aren't with people, but with places wearing human form?
What?
Something like a manifestation, an apparition formed
Like The Shining?
by the energy left behind
Feels a little The Shining.
or the spiritual presence. You know, we have to remember that encounters like these go way back, long before modern cities and security cameras.
How do we explain to someone like this that they're the weirdo? I don't think you can. I don't think you can.
People were already telling stories about figures who looked human, but clearly weren't.
Believes evidence is self-evident on the bingo card?
Folklore is full of them. Beings that pass as ordinary, sit among the living, and draw no attention unless someone notices something slightly off. Every culture seems to have its own version. The watcher who never blinks, the silent one who never speaks, the seated figure who appears in the same place and never moves. The names change, the settings change, but the descriptions stay consistent. There's another pattern that shows up as well, again and again, and it has to do with memory. People will struggle to remember the person's face, even moments later.
It's just some random person you don't know. Yeah, unless you're good with faces, you're not necessarily going to remember it in really good detail after only seeing them briefly one time.
Clothing details.
Lennon Cat says ancient Rome and ancient Ireland had ideas like this. In Rome, it was called genius loci, or the spirit of the place, of a place rather.
Blur or disappear. height, age, hair color, things you think you would normally recall.
This guy makes so much money, too. This video has 50,000 views. He has almost 500,000 subscribers. Life is depressing.
All without effort, but those details slip away fast. What gives these encounters their darkness.
Just a Peach with a tip says this guy would have done horrible things if he visited Cheers or a local bar more than once.
Isn't violence or threat. In most cases, it's nothing aggressive that happens at all. The darkness feels quieter than that. It feels empty. Sometimes it feels indifferent. There's no sense of anger or intent, just a complete lack of human recognition. And that's what unsettles people the most. The fear doesn't come from sensing anything evil. It comes from sensing absence, from standing near something that feels neutral in a way humans aren't. You see? When people start sharing modern encounters, the pattern becomes harder to ignore. Someone talks about a stranger who repeated the same sentence to them word for word, hours or even days apart, with the same tone and the same expression, as if nothing in between had happened. Another person describes a brief interaction where someone seemed completely present, only to suddenly shift, like a switch flipped, and their personality flattened or reset in real time. One detail that comes up more often than people are comfortable admitting is the eyes. Now, when I talk to people, one event that seemed to occur very often was witnessing a moment where something changes in the eyes, where the eyes seem to lose depth or warmth, like the light behind them dims and their eyes go black. It's not dramatic or cinematic like a movie. It's subtle. Then we have videos of glitch people or individuals frozen mid-action, repeating the same movement or behaving in ways that feel looped. Security footage adds another layer to it, with figures appearing in one spot, disappearing in the next frame, or remaining completely motionless while everything around them moves. What's important is what these encounters are not. These aren't monsters. They aren't overtly threatening or malicious. In most cases, they're functional. They have jobs. They walk, talk, and move through the world without.
Green guy says, what if they scratched their ass? What does that tell you? They're even more sinister than we could have possibly imagined.
Without drawing attention. They don't stand out until something breaks the surface, until someone tries to actually connect with them. That's when the unease starts, because they blend in perfectly until you try to connect. When you go far enough back, you'll find that ancient people were already thinking about the possibility that not everyone walking around in human form was fully alive in the same way. In Gnostic writings, there's this idea that some humans possess a divine spark or an inner awareness, while others simply don't. They look the same, function the same, live among everyone else, but something essential is missing.
And that's a profoundly bad idea. Fun fact, just because ancient people thought something doesn't mean it was a good idea. In fact, it's indicative that maybe it was a bad idea because we don't follow it anymore.
Not evil, not monstrous, just absent. That same theme shows up across ancient texts in different languages. There are references to soulless ones, people who move and speak but don't have that inner breath or spiritual perception. Even the Bible hints at this, describing people as having eyes but they do not see, and mouths.
That's not the same thing. The eyes and don't see thing is about people unwilling to see, like, the truth of God, of Jesus, whatever. It has nothing to do with them not being people. What are you talking about? That's a crazy misinterpretation of that passage.
That speak without breath in them. It's not describing physical blindness or silence, it's pointing to a deeper absence of awareness, a kind of spiritual hollowing out that makes a person present but unreachable. What if some people carry a deeper awareness simply because it survived through them, while others move through the world intact on the outside but hollow on the inside? You know, that kind of neutrality that can be uncomfortable. We're used to being seen, even by strangers. We expect some acknowledgement, some shared awareness, even if it's subtle. When that's missing entirely, it triggers something instinctual. We're not afraid because they might hurt us, we're afraid because they don't recognize us at all. It's like walking through a wax museum, and it feels creepy because the wax models have no life to them. Anyway, folks, they're in crowds on sidewalks in busy cities where thousands of people pass each other every day without really looking. Most of the time, they're ignored, written off, forgotten as quickly as possible. But maybe that's part of how they persist. Because if something doesn't want to be seen, the safest place to hide is in plain sight. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Please click the thumbs up button for me, as there is more to come soon. Everyone have a great day or evening. And until next time, folks, stay awake, stay aware, stay safe. And I'll talk to you all soon.
Just a Peach says, notices AI pics have the workers being the NPCs. I'm shocked. Okay, we're a quarter of the way through this. We're a quarter of the way through 8 hours. This is fine. This is doable. Why do I agree to these streams? I'm never making a goal like this again. Why do I do this to myself? My ADHD hates me. Anyway, let's see what's next. How about an alt health scammer?
All right, super excited to have my friend Brett out of Melbourne, Florida, with Enlightening All with us today. And Brett, you've got a lot of exciting stuff going on. You've got a huge program that's being launched here soon that's going to be like a reality TV, and you're working with a lot of people down in Florida, and you've been
What?
using some of the products and getting great results. So with
New target for surreality television coming in hot.
all that being said, welcome to the podcast. How you doing down there today?
Great, Sean. Thank you for having me. I've been looking forward to talking to you about this. You sent me this a year ago, right at Christmas time.
It's the hair dryer.
And I said I wanted to test it for a long time before I did a review. And I actually used this product for an entire year as a hair dryer and body dryer after the shower. It takes like 10 minutes a day.
Wow, you used a hair dryer as a hair dryer. That's the smartest thing anyone on this channel has ever done.
And saw great hair growth, wrinkle reducing.
I'm sorry, you're claiming that the hair dryer fixed your baldness? Okay.
Lots of great benefits from it. I do on my skin, even just the texture of my skin, by using it on the highest level. You can use it on extra hot and you don't burn yourself because your skin is damp. So I found it works really well that way, and gave me great results.
That's awesome. And I'm really happy you got the results. You do a lot of yoga and a
I'm tired of living in a grift economy.
lot of wellness.
I wish people had actual products and services that they were like actually proud of and didn't need to lie to sell to people. And then if you needed those goods or services, you paid a fair amount for them. Wouldn't that be nice?
Consulting and classes and different things down there. What kind of results have you gotten with some of the people that you work with? Have there been people down there also getting benefits from using it?
Well, I haven't really used this on other people. I was using it on myself. I mean, I've used it on other people occasionally to show them how it works and some demos at the class, but no one has taken it home and used it extensively to give me a result off it. And that's something that where I'm looking forward to doing now that I have the place. We just opened the studio a month ago, and we're just trying to get traction now. We're actually doing a holistic wellness biohacking event here on January 24th. And that's going to be limited to 100 people. We're going to have 16 different vendors, and you get to taste test all the different vendors.
It's amazing. That is going to be a great conference, and I'm very excited to try to get down there myself. I just want to circle back with the terahertz one. The first thing you were talking about is hair growth. How thick or and how much hair have you grown back in, say, the last year or so?
Well, it's grown to where I don't have to work hard to do a comb over on the back of my head anymore.
That makes me sad.
It filled it in on the top and stuff, and it grows faster. It's just heating and I think stimulating the scalp, but even the face and doing it in your mouth
Yes.
keeps your teeth clean with that
Yep.
black light. I really try to get in
It's
there.
not a black light. It's an LED, you goddamn idiots. It's an LED like blue light. It's not a black light.
Yeah.
Breathing it through the nose, and it has done an exceptional job. I have not been getting as like over the last year, can't remember having a cold over the last year since I've been using this, because I keep breathing it in through my nose. If I feel like I've got allergies or a cold coming on, I just keep breathing in the heat through my nose and my mouth.
It's just
and it
hot
seems to
air.
work.
He's literally selling hot air to people.
I don't know yet. I can't tell because I haven't had one, but that's pretty impressive to say.
That is very impressive. And I've had other people too talk about how it's removing the bags under the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a lady actually. We just put her testimonial up in the last few days. She's a phenomenal sort of a scientist, if you will, and she
If
really
you will.
understands like the science of what's actually happening with rebonding the hydrogen with the hydrogen and oxygen bonds and the red light, blue light, and what that's doing to create these energy fields that basically detoxifies. It increases circulation, cellular regeneration, and it really opens up the flow for basically clogged parts of the body that start to create issues where you can address that, fix it, and literally bringing negative ions into areas with a lot of positive ions, which is really good for
This guy's a
reducing pain
crazy
and
neutral
soreness and
expression.
arthritis, which is another
Is this
big
guy a
thing.
building
We've had
haunting
a lot
us?
of people, though, like yourself, that
It's
have
just
talked about the
still-faced.
improvement of thickening of hair. And Brett, not to put you on the spot, brother, but you are the living, breathing word of anti-aging. So, with that being said, do you mind telling us how old you are?
I'm 55, and you can see I got gray in the chin, but that's from stress and hard work. But other than that, I pretty gray free. And it was funny because I tell people I could actually move into a 55 and up retirement community, and they all laugh because they can't believe I'm younger than them when I talk to them. A lot of times people are that I'm older than them. A lot of times people will think I'm younger than them and I'm actually older. So
Yeah.
it's common.
Which also ties into your lifestyle, which ties into the yoga and ties into some of the other things that you're doing there that I want to get into more detail on. And then let's talk about the skin. Like, what have you noticed about the skin? You were talking about reduced wrinkles.
Yes, the tiny fine lines around the eyes.
Yeah.
I used to get Botox, and I haven't got Botox really since I believe I had it 1 or 2 times since COVID. I used to get it regularly, and I've noticed it diminished the lines around my eyes. There used to be, I used to get it. I don't need it now. So that I can say, and it's been at least a year since I've had it or more.
Well, it's interesting because I've talked about the Botox, the red light, and when Botox first came out, which I want to say ballpark, maybe it was about 10 years ago, maybe a little bit longer.
It's definitely longer than 10 years ago. Holy shit, how old is he? 1 second, I gotta Google this. When was Botox invented? 1987. 1987. So almost 40 years ago, not 10 years ago. Botox started 40 years ago. Okay.
You know, that was all the rage because at that time there really wasn't a lot of alternative options.
Fennikagami says, hello all, finally free to watch stream after having to spend 2 hours helping my mother-in-law get her phone service restored at the store. Looking forward to seeing my video covered on stream. Oh yeah, you did have a video. Hold on. Let me go grab it so I don't forget. Is it just in the tinfoil category? Let me find it. Which one was it? How far back? What day did you post it on? Can you tell me? Fennikagami. M. Scheffler says, 1987 was 20 years ago. I reject your reality and substitute it with my own. Anyway, if you could tell me when you posted that so I can find it.
Per se, you know, Botox was definitely something that had shown results. Some people using it for reducing headaches, which I'm sure it probably still has value for that. But in this day and age right now, the thing that's nice is that there is a lot of technology that's come out to address the skin, to address the wrinkles, to address, you know, better, you know, more flexible skin, if you will, and reducing the wrinkles. The Botox obviously is still very popular, but you know, I think what's happening is that with the published FDA science showing how beneficial red light is for not just reducing wrinkles but improving overall skin quality, and then you have the terahertz one,
I
which
don't know if Fennikagami's name is the same on Discord, which is why I'm asking.
is increasing or adding the red light, the blue light, the terahertz frequency, the crystal, and all the different magnetic fields that it's bringing in. It's really
I'm also in stream mode on Discord right now, so people's full names aren't, one sec. Open app. There we go. Thank you. We'll find where we were. Oh, Jesus, I have too many goddamn videos pulled up today. There he is.
helping to
Thanks,
almost
Fennikagami.
rejuvenate skin. So it's giving you so much more value than just the anti-wrinkle part of it. And I think now with the masks and some of the other things that we've got, people are really taking a serious look at that and going, hey, is it worth buying a device one time and using it like you do, coming out of the shower, on the hair, on the face there for a bit, and getting those types of results than having to go and you know and get these procedures done every 4 to 6 months or however often that's done, and just having one device right now that can handle a whole host of various different health benefits. What would your thoughts be on that?
Oh, I do it. I'd sit there and I use it on the bottoms of my feet and top of my feet because I've got arthritic toes. I have bone on my toes, on my big toes. I was a runner and did triathlons and stuff. They're just worn out. They hurt, and it works. I do feel benefit when the soothing heat going into them.
Yeah, it's a hair dryer. Heat on sore things feels better. You could get a heating pad as well. It would probably be more efficient.
So, you know, it's hard to say what's all helping because I do so many things, but I do feel that there is benefit from this device. I mean, you can feel it. I mean, I put it.
Well, good thing your feelings are always right and no one's ever mistaken about their feelings.
Have something, if I have, like, let's say acne growing on my shoulder or something or anything, boy, I put it right on it. I like it just stops it right then its tracks. If I see it starting, I just keep using the wand on it for, you know, a few minutes a day and until it goes away. Or it causes it to erupt sooner, either way. But I'm not getting like things like that anymore. Oh, and styes on my eyes. I've actually had at least 8 styes removed off my eyes. Like
Why do you get styes so often? What the fuck?
Get them, you know, that I have to do stuff with them. But with
I've maybe had 4 styes in my whole life, and this guy's gotten 8 in the last, like, 5 years?
this, since I'm putting this on my eyes every day, I haven't gotten a sty since.
Please don't blow dry your eyeballs.
That's amazing. That is amazing. And you're
His
putting it,
poor dry eyes.
putting it directly on, or are you like giving yourself a couple inches space?
No, I'm putting it directly on. I put it on the medium setting though, the slow,
Yeah,
the
the
slow
medium
setting,
is the
Yeah.
soft setting.
and
is
I
the
hold it
soft
on
setting.
that like that. I put it right on them.
Yeah.
I do close my eye. I don't look into it because I don't want to blind myself. But
perfect.
but the amount of light. Okay, and if anyone's asking if this is going to hurt your vision, I've been doing it for a year, and actually my vision looks pretty crispy. It actually looks better now. I don't know if it's this or the sound bowls because I also do it to dry out my ears and everything. But my hearing from playing guitar and listening to loud music in all my younger years was, I feel, slightly diminished. My hearing is so much better right now that
Wow, he is a grifter through and through. He's just saying it solves everything. His skin, his hair, his eyes, his ears, it just heals every part of your body. This guy is a grade A scam artist.
I close a cabinet too hard, it actually makes my ears hurt. Like, think that noise. I'm hearing higher pitch frequencies. Now, it's a combination
It's giving him bat powers.
of me playing singing bowls every day now and this. I don't know, because I've been playing singing bowls a lot more now that I have the studio.
Yeah.
And at first, like, I thought singing bowls were hurting my ears, but I think they're helping my ears.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
So
Yeah. The frequency with sound bowls, and that's just such an ancient science that
Hair dryers are loud, too. Putting it right next to your ear is not a good call.
I interviewed a lady, AtlantaSoundHealing.com, who's a PhD that knows so much about it. And when you get into all the benefits of sound therapy, it's really mind blowing. In fact, we do have that sound frequency watch that I'm going to have to get down there to you so you can demo that for us. And that has 1,100 different frequency sets. So you can tune it into just about anything and everything. And the power of sound is actually very, very powerful.
yes,
Um,
I have
do
the
wanna-
original Wave Watch. You sent me a Wave Watch at the same time you sent me this.
Oh, I did. Okay.
I do. I have the big one. I have the big
Yeah.
Wave Watch, and
Yeah.
I've wore it a lot. One of the things on the Wave Watch is I like to put it on the chakra settings because you
Yeah.
can't hear it. It's
Yeah.
kind of hard to hear. Some of the settings aren't the best sounding, but with the chakra ones, you can turn it up to full volume and wear it all day, and the battery lasts the whole day.
Yeah.
That one, if you balance all your chakras out, everything else almost happens automatically.
Chakras aren't real.
Interesting. I love that.
Because
You know,
look, the
it's funny-
Kundalini chart. Hold on, I got to grab this. Let me grab this.
Yeah. Grab it.
Of course, he has a goddamn chart.
Kundalini energy flow. And it's funny, you look at the chart of it and it looks like the medical symbol. And you can
Yeah.
see the incoming hand and the
That's
outgoing
clearly intentional.
hand and how the energy
That is clearly intentional for whoever made this to make it look like that. Yes, shilling on bingo.
flows in a circle. Really, with Kundalini yoga and doing the chakras with the bowls, and then I match up each color doing yoga nidra. So like I'll tell the people when I'm working the throat bowl that they're going to feel the white golden light coming into their throat, and then it's going into their heart when I'm playing the heart bowl, and I walk them down through it. They can feel it hitting each one as I do it. And then I found an amazing hold that I use crystals in their hands and their toes. And if I do a lock on the crystals that are in their toes at the end of it, and it's a female, it will do
Female.
yin yang, feminine, masculine balance that you feel shoot through your bodies instantly in 1 minute. And everyone that's done it goes, they can't even believe they're feeling that amount of energy flow through them.
That's amazing.
And a woman can do it to a man can do it to a woman, but if you try doing it to the same sex, it barely does anything. You can actually balance that. And if you read what enlightenment is, it says balancing all the chakras, including the masculine and the feminine. Well, if you're a man, how do you balance the masculine? And if you're a woman, how do you balance the feminine? I may have found a way to do both.
I love that. You know, Brent, what's really awesome is that, we've got a wellness center here, but you've got your center down there. So one of the things is you're always working with people and you're always seeing in real time the benefits and the results that come from the work that you do. And at 55 years young, you've got a lot of experience and you've learned a lot in this lifetime of accumulating and being in these fields. So it's really nice for you to be able to kind of work with these people, develop all this, wellness sort of technology, even though it doesn't necessarily require technology. We're talking crystals and singing bowls or healing bowls, right?
Hmm.
So that is also really, really fascinating, which I love that you're, firsthand on experience. I want to circle back to something real quick, and then I want to
Okay.
get back into talking about the center.
Okay.
When you're talking about using it on the mouth and you're talking about using it for acne and these different things, one question that I get, obviously, is how does the terahertz wand work? Well, for anybody out there that doesn't know, the terahertz frequency sits right next to red light frequency. So it's a high frequency field or high frequency section of the frequency chart, and basically, what it does, it gets your cells to their optimal vibrational rate. So cells
This is word salad. Word salad on the bingo card. He's just saying words. Holy shit, he's so full of crap.
vibrate, and the healthier the cell, the higher the vibration. And we'll say, as an example, healthy cells vibrate at about 15,000 vibrations per second. Now, when you're using a terahertz wand, what it's doing is it's finding cells that are running at 10, 11, 12, and it's bringing them back up to their optimal vibration, their peak optimal performance, if you will. Bacteria, fungus, and what I call garbage cells all resonate at very low
Garbage
frequency.
cells.
So fungus, bacteria, pathogens, they vibrate at a very low frequency. So when they're put into a high frequency vibration, it's like it's like putting them on a treadmill and all they can do is walk, but you've got them on run mode. So your healthy cells want to run, 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 and unhealthy cells and those types of cells can only walk slow. So when you put them on a treadmill that's moving at 15 miles an hour in run mode, the unhealthy cells get thrown off the treadmill, basically get destroyed. So that
You're
frequency
killing your cells?
set when you're running it is basically killing off or destroying all of the lower frequency stuff, which is the stuff that you don't want. So, say bacteria in the mouth, or say, viruses, people use it a lot on a sore throat. The other thing is that because it's got quartz crystal, red light, blue light, and the terahertz frequency, the culmination of all four of those allows it to penetrate about 8 inches into the body. So we do get a lot of people
It
also,
does not go 8 inches into the body. It just does not.
like, if you put it
I have it. I have the stupid hair dryer. It's a hair dryer. It doesn't penetrate 8 inches.
on the throat, it's going to totally penetrate into the throat area. If you put it on, say, a part of your stomach, it'll penetrate in and get to the organs. So some people
Green Guy asks, was this invented by the Antarctic German furries on the moon? No, this is a scam.
use it on their
Unlike the Nazi moon thing, which is a fraud. Very different.
heart. Some people use it like with
Bummel Homestead with 200 bits says, kids are hilarious. I was just walking my little dog and I heard behind me this little scream of, wah, I want to pet your dog. Then they got permission to pet the dog, patted her gently on the head twice, said, "Kay, thanks, bye," and scurried back inside. That's funny.
COPD on their lungs. And then you've got, like you said, I think one of the smartest and best things that the original manufacturers talked about over 10 years ago was using it on the bottom of the feet and the hands because of all the pressure points. And so all those
M. Schaffler says, but who amongst us does penetrate 8 inches? We're always classy here on this program.
pressure points and all those areas down there, when you're using it on your feet, you're literally sending energy to all parts of your body because you're opening up those meridians, sending energy through them, which is the exact same principle of how reflexology and acupuncture and all these really sort of ancient types of holistic therapy work. So I really do appreciate that. And, just because I've been doing it a while, I wanted to just bring up, and that's why it's good for acne as well, because acne, generally speaking, is, bacteria and stuff that's getting underneath the skin that's causing it to sort of puff out. And when you can go after it and start killing that bacteria under the skin, then it helps the skin anyway, but it's also getting rid of some of the underlying issues that are causing acne and different types of problems. So I really do appreciate.
Right. And okay, then that brings up a point. I have rosacea and I have a scar on my cheek that is from a rosacea growth that would not go away. And I had to go to the doctor. They put me on not hydroxychloroquine. What's the other one? Ivermectin. They put me on ivermectin cream, and that was the first thing that cleared it up. And I've been fighting it for years, and I got scarring on my face. And that's
Jesus
part of what was
Christ.
giving me styes, I think, is rosacea, because I have just a slight bit of redness in my blonde hair.
Right.
And so they said I'm susceptible to rosacea for that. And I haven't had any rosacea flare-ups since I've been using this as well. And even a couple little tiny ones I did, I put the ivermectin cream on it and hit this with it, and it was gone in a day. And
Yeah.
I've never got it gone that quick. So
Yes.
with putting the ivermectin cream and that, it is making it super fast. And you can't say, hey, there's medical reasons for some of these things, like ivermectin's made out of natural products. So
Oh my God, who cares? Natural is just a fucking buzzword.
there are
It doesn't mean anything about the quality or efficacy or safety of the product.
things that are good for you that sometimes you need a pill for.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's still always going to be a need at some level for other, types of background medical treatment. But the one thing also that's good you bring that up is that it's not classified as a medical device. So it's not to be, construed as if you have a serious health condition, consult a medical professional. And
Construed? You've literally been telling them it heals everything for 20 minutes.
even though you're
H-Baird says, I don't know why it shocks me anymore, but it's still amazing how many people get through their entire lives based on magical thinking. It pisses me off because I struggle every single fucking day of my life and I have to deal with the cold, stark reality of the world. I don't think it's fair that other people get to delude themselves because, frankly, not everyone can.
you're getting results, and we've
You
got
know how much I want to be delusional? It would be so nice. I would feel so much better about things if I could be delusional.
thousands of people that have had great results. We don't make any claims that other people will get the same results, but we are seeing that this is really starting to, after the last 5 years of doing this now, and with all the testimonials, and these things had been out for 10 years prior before they made it to the States. They were used in Malaysia and the Philippines and other areas in
It's
Asia.
a hairdryer.
There's a lot of parts of the world where a lot of newer technology is there first before it even
It's not new technology. It's a fucking hairdryer.
makes its way to the States.
They've existed since like the 60s or 70s.
Which I find interesting, but actually quite true. Japan always seems to be 3 or 4 years ahead of us with new tech, but with all that
How many of them seem genuinely happier? All of them. Happier than me? All of them.
being said, this
Life is a nightmare.
little device has had so many benefits. The other thing that I might just suggest as well is that if you point it at a glass of water and you use it, basically pointing it at the water for about 30 to 45 seconds and drink it, it does also help with higher levels of hydration. It helps with getting fungus and cleansing the cell. And people do report that they do get better benefit when used in the wand for various different things. So that's another thing to consider.
Well, we are water. So if we're 80% water and water is vibrational energy, that's how we're changing the vibration by putting
Water is vibrational energy? What does that even mean?
different vibration of water in us as hearing it outside with a singing bowl or using a wand. And does this use scalar waves that I saw in the thing? Is there
It
something with
does.
scalar? Okay.
Mhm.
How does the scalar wave technology, how does that work? Is it just the way
basically
that it
it's-
rolls the waves through it?
Yeah, it's exactly right. And it's got,
Doesn't seem happier than me. I bet he has his moments.
if you look at the end of it, it's got that big piece of quartz in it. And quartz basically creates a magnetic field when it goes through that. And then it's got chips in there. You've got the red light. You see the blue light for us because red light comes in a multiple group of spectrums. our eyes are only actually able to see about 7% of the light spectrum. So there
Mm-hmm.
are different variations of infrared and red light that we can't see. But, you know, just like dogs have a better sense of hearing and a better sense of smell, you know, some creatures have better, our eyes actually are probably pretty good considering other animals that don't see as well as we do. But there are
Well, here's
parts,
one thing I wonder about this, because you see two rainbows, and when you see a
yeah,
double stacked rainbow, everything you can't see between the two rainbows is light that's
yes,
outside the spectrum that we can see. So it shows you there's a lot. Sometimes
there is
rainbows
a
look pretty
lot.
far apart. There's a lot between them.
There is a
So
lot.
yes, and anything could be hiding within them. And that's how I figured out how to color shift things. So I do videos at the beach in the morning, and I'll point my camera straight at the rising sun. And then what you can do is you video like for 10 straight minutes at a sunrise, and then you slowly scan your phone across the footage. And what you do is you color shift it. You bring out the the brightness and the contrast, and you adjust the saturation. And suddenly, by changing that, you're changing the colors, and you start bringing out things in the sky that you could not see. And I actually see moving like ships in the sky that I have
What the fuck are you talking about? Are you looking at clouds and you're like, that's a ship?
video, and you can see them on my channel, that I found because it either reflects the sun or it blocks the sun. When there's
Hiding
something
within
moving in
them.
the air, it has to do one of those two things. So if you're shifting the colors and you couldn't see it before, you can see it with the color shift, and you will be
Sorry, I'm trying to see. He didn't even link to his channel. Show me his channel. That way I can see the stupid ships.
see more stuff move in the sky than you realize.
Wow, that's amazing. You know, what's interesting also is that sunrise and sunset are the two most powerful times of the day from an energy perspective because the rays of the sun are going directly across the atmosphere from a horizontal angle and not a vertical angle. And the sun and the rays of the sun going completely through the atmosphere create this large energy charge in the atmosphere. So at those times of the day when the sun's at an angle, and that light is going horizontally across, those are always the best times to get outside, get fresh air, like you said, get some deep breathing in, maybe a walk or some yoga, whatever it might be. But in the yoga field and in Vedic, you know, history, those are always the most powerful times. There's actually yogis and sadhus that would do what they call sun gazing, where they can literally absorb the energy of the sun and use that to charge and run their bodies and live off little or no food.
That's also bullshit. You need food to live.
I've seen
We don't have chloroplasts. Fun fact.
that. And this morning, I literally, my post today on Facebook, if you take a look at it, I posted the sunrise. I was going out there staring at the sunrise, and had my foot planted on a palm tree, and I showed grounding on a tree while you're watching the sunrise just this morning as my post.
This is such a good segue, Brett, because now we're going to talk about grounding, which is so powerful. You know, like I want to do these big videos on reducing inflammation and getting more energy and creating better blood and better sleep and all these things. It's all done by basically grounding slash earthing. And just for anybody that's out there wondering, what is the difference between grounding and earthing, or what the heck is it to begin with? Earthing is what you're doing when you're directly touching the earth. So when your feet are on the earth, you're absorbing the energy of the earth and bringing electrons into the body, which are so important for basically neutralizing free radical cells. Free radical cells are cells that are missing electrons, and they are unstable, and they cause a lot of inflammation in the body. So the minute your body is touching the earth or a tree, which is actually embedded into the earth, probably bringing up even more electrons, you're immediately reducing inflammation. You're bringing electrons in that coat the red blood cell, so your blood is not clumping and clotting, which a lot of people have. It's electron deficiency because they're not touching the earth. And then grounding is the process of doing that, but using a fabric or another type of material. So since the 1950s, there's been uh, construction codes where you have to have a copper rod outside your house. A grounding rod is what it's actually called. And if there's ever a surge in electrical energy, lightning strike or something, it comes into the building, and then that grounding channel takes it and sends it into that grounding rod, which neutralizes that charge. But because copper is conductive, it brings that electrical frequency from the earth and those electrons from the grounding rod up to the outlet. And then we sell the anti-aging blankets and pillowcases, which are 40% silver. And then those basically bring the electrons in the body. So when you're laying on the fabric, it's non-different than basically being outside and grounding, or earthing, I should say. But people say earthing, grounding. It's the same thing, just two different modalities of how it's being done. And for me right now in Virginia, it's going to be in the 50s today, but it got a little cooler last week. It's and for people in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Canada, hey, you know what? If it's a little tough to get outside and get your feet on the ground, get some grounding technology, and you can lay in bed every night, go to sleep, and get 8 hours of grounding, which reduces the inflammation, better sleep, less anxiety, deeper REM sleep, good for the blood, good for inflammation, more energy, more recovery. I love the fact that you get to do it on the beach every day, because then you're getting all those negative ions that are coming off the crashing of the waves in the ocean. And you're out there in the Earth's atmosphere when that sun's coming up, which is the golden time of the day right there. As a
It
guy that
is.
lived in San Diego for almost 30 years, man, my highlight of my day would be getting up in the morning and walking the beach and watching sunset or
Mm-hmm.
sunrise or both.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Grifters grifting. What else are you gonna do? All right, we're almost at 3 hours, so I'm gonna take a quick 5-10 minute break, and then we'll come back and continue with even more conspiracy bullshit. All right, I shall return. Be right back. Oof. I'm back. All right, let's start the next leg, shall we? This is a video that I've held on to for a while. It's about 42 minutes long. This is about the... Give me one sec. This is about the final experiment when they took the flat earthers to Antarctica. This is a flat earther trying to debunk it.
What's up, beautiful people? Kevin Bobbitt here. For those who don't know, there was an exploration recently led by a pastor named Will Duffy to try to discredit flat earth, aka biblical cosmology. They supposedly went to Antarctica to film a 24-hour sun that somehow was never filmed properly without suspicious edits. Yes, a mysticism practicing hermeticism.
There were people filming like 24 hours a day, like the whole time. They literally filmed the entire flight in real time.
Isn't promoting Bible-denying heretic of a pastor that says this.
So please, I beg you, we have to stop claiming that the Ten Commandments prohibit lying.
Yeah, I forget the context of this. It's been a while since the final experiment stuff happened, but they had taken this guy's thing out of context. He was basically doing the it's okay to lie thing, but like in a scenario where like your neighbor is hiding Anne Frank. You're allowed to lie, is what he's saying. He's saying that if it is for a good reason, like you're saving someone's life, it's okay to lie, basically. It's not as inflammatory as this person is making it out to be.
It's not true. The Ten Commandments prohibit bearing false witness against your neighbor. Okay. We finally get to my conclusion on the matter of lying and deception, and that is this. After carefully looking at both sides of the debate, and after taking a very deep dive
Ariel, thanks for gifting 5 Tier 1 subs to the community. Thank you so much.
into everything I could possibly find in Scripture regarding lying and deception, I have come to the conclusion that neither lying nor deception are inherently immoral.
This deceitful pastor must have not made it to Psalms 1017 that
Cuts out before the end of the thing.
states, "He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight." Or he must have not have made it to Revelations 21:8 that states, "But the fearful and unbelieving and the abominable and murderers and whoremongers and sorcerers and idolaters and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death." Or he must have not have read Proverbs 12:22 that states, "Lying lips are abomination to the Lord, but they that deal truly are his delight." So, in light of this movement, it's been my honor to edit this video for you. Enjoy.
Most people have no awareness of how easily our behavior and even our identity can be completely taken over. But people are waking up. I spent 20 years in the U.S. military. I'm a behavior expert. I've trained PsyOps. I'm the best-selling author in behavioral psychology.
Did you say you've trained in PsyOps?
I'm going to show you exactly how to identify what we call engineered reality, or what some people call PsyOps.
PsyOp on the bingo card, obviously.
At the end of this, I'm going to give you a tool that's literally going to give you a score out of 100 that shows you how likely something is to be a PSYOP. Let's do this. So the first thing you need to know is following the FATE model: focus, authority, tribe, and emotion. This is what triggers the mammalian part of our brain that makes all of our real decisions. The first part is focus. PSYOPs always aim to hijack your attention with repetition. So with this, pause and ask, why is this message being pushed so aggressively?
They consistently push this narrative over the past few months because they understood the importance of a first impression. If someone's first impression of flat earth or biblical cosmology is this final experiment, then of course they are going to disregard it and not take the time to properly and thoroughly research it. It only takes
I don't think anyone, when the final experiment happened, hadn't heard that there were modern-day flat earthers to some extent. That's been a point of discussion since, like, 2017 when the thing hit its peak.
7 seconds to form a first impression. This movement has been gaining so much momentum that they are willing to do whatever it takes to try to slow it down. Let alone whoever orchestrated this must have also known the psychology behind a lasting impression.
Cognitively speaking, what we say at CIA is your last impression is the impression that lasts.
The second part here is authority. Trusted figures might shift their tone or positions unnaturally to support the narrative.
We'll now turn it over to the Flat Earthers. So obviously you all know Jaron Campanella of Jaronism, one of the most popular Flat Earth YouTube channels.
Not for long. All right, guys. Sometimes you are wrong in life. And I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. Kept saying it was true. I kept saying it wasn't. It's a fact. The sun does circle you in the south. That the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the southern continent. So I honestly believe there was no 24-hour sun. I honestly now believe there is.
They're holding guns on the other side of this camera. This is all stage. This is all stage.
It's a joke, you dweeb.
I mean, I was one of the people that said I definitely didn't think that there was a 24-hour sun. We were wrong. It is doing what they said it would do. Truth doesn't fear investigation. Truth doesn't fear investigation.
So watch very closely for expert panelists or endorsements where authority figures might speak outside of their expertise.
They're literally flat earthers. They were there to be convinced. That's the point, was to show them they were wrong. That's not abnormal. That was literally what the point was of the whole experiment, was to show them they were wrong. And also, they aren't experts. These two do not count as experts on anything.
Pay close attention to that one. Then we have tribe. So messages that polarize opinions or create stark in-groups versus out-groups or...
This seems like a bad checklist, because there's tons of events that do these things, like, normally without it being some kind of psychological operation. Plenty of ideas and events are divisive and create splits and, like, positions that people find themselves on one side of or another. Like, this is not helpful for determining if something is fake.
Exploit our tribal instincts. For example, labeling groups as patriots versus traitors or scientific versus deniers.
Okay, except in this case, the flat earthers are actively denying science, so what else do you call them?
Very careful when you hear that language. Finally, we have emotion. So be wary of any communication that triggers strong emotions.
So that's every piece of communication that you come across on a day-to-day basis, pretty much.
Like fear, hope, or outrage without any clear, verifiable evidence. So emotional responses suppress critical thinking.
At the same time, but from a stationary standpoint in relation to other stationary standpoints, parallax should still show up.
Okay, first of all, it does. Like, if I pull my footage back up right now, as I turn it around, the relative positioning of the items absolutely changes. Have you interacted with the video? I'll share it. Secondly, it is obviously different if the camera's physically moving around. And dude, this is the thing, bro. You can just come and interact with it. I don't understand. It's kind of annoying, but here, we'll just show it.
Emotional responses suppress critical thinking. So as a tip here, analyze the evidence that's presented to you. If facts are replaced by appeals to emotion, you need to be very, very cautious.
But he said a fact. He explained that in the video there is parallax. That's not emotional. That's stating a fact.
So if I keep the sun still, that means the camera is rotating and the earth is moving. It's the same thing. So don't let them bamboozle you. So it's the same as if I'm using a camera,
but we had cameras on the cameras and it showed what they were doing.
The lens camera, or I'm using...
They literally filmed the cameras they were filming the sun with in order to prove that they weren't doing something like this, because they knew there were going to be flat earthers that denied what happened there.
A 360 camera, and I rotate the footage to keep the sun center, it's the same thing. It's the same for both. So here's the point. If there is a South Pole with a 24-hour sun, then there must be extreme parallax shift. We don't see that in their footage.
It's like a plane. It's like a flat plane with, like, mountains in the distance. They're in a valley. What do you want to see the parallax with? It doesn't make sense. There's not a ton of stuff in the midground to compare to the background.
Because
or even the foreground.
Earth is not rotating. And if the Earth's not rotating, there cannot be a South Pole. So they're lying to you. So don't think they went there and, oh, it was a sunny day, that they were lucky. No. Because it'd be hard to fake that. So let's look at the footage. Right. So the claim here is that it's a 360 camera. The camera must be turning because the Earth is turning. And I can see the camera's moving because the Earth is turning.
You can see the cameras turning because the cameras are turning.
Got a rotating platform. I
What?
put a spirit level and I put a cup. The cup must have a left-hand side and a right-hand side. So if the Earth is turning, what would my camera see? So remember, even if you're using a 360 camera, I just, in my NLE, isolate the sun and keep the sun standing still. Well, the spirit level can't bend around me. The spirit level must turn, rotate.
Why
like
is
this.
he
You'll see
showing
one
it
side
like
of the spirit
this? I
level,
don't even
Then you'll see
understand.
the other side of the spirit
They've
level.
already shown that the cameras are not on some sort of rotating disc. The cameras are stuck, and they are rotating to follow the sun. We see the cameras. We see the cameras doing this. None of this turntable shit is real. You think they're shooting on the set of Hamilton?
You see one side of the robot, then you see the other side of the robot. The same with the spirit level and the cup. You must see the left side and the right side.
Doesn't know how cameras work on the bingo card.
Because it must rotate, because the Earth is supposed to be rotating. Right, so we're looking at parallax shift. So let's put it into perspective. Remember, the camera, if I'm rotating the camera or I'm rotating the footage, it's the same thing. Things are in their relative position and distances from the center of the camera. So you must see parallax shift, and things can't bend around you. Right, as we see in their footage. Things will move at different speeds.
Not that severely.
And the
What are
table
you
can't bend.
talking about? The
Now things
table's
can't
moving
bend
like
around you.
so much.
They must keep their same. North and south and east and west must be the same. So you see this bending? It's because
I
they're
see
moving aside.
parallax. I see parallax on the cameras versus the background. What are you talking about?
Next, question novelty.
Oh, they cut it off right as they were showing that it did have parallax. That's funny.
Our brains are wired to focus on sudden or unusual changes because they signal potential threats or opportunities. And this is an evolutionary survival mechanism. PsyOps exploit this by creating events that break normal expectations.
You really want to believe that YouTube shills went to Antarctica and got a 24-hour sun on video when there's no
They did.
government agency that has ever recorded a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and there's
I mean, why would they? What would the purpose be?
government bases down there for over 100 years, some of them. You really want to believe that YouTube shills got a 24-hour sun recorded in 2024.
Wow, this is cope. This is like some crazy cope. I missed the cope of the final experiment. That was nice.
As flat Earth is exploding, and there's no 24-hour sun videos from any university or any scientist or any astrophysicist. There's a few random ones starting, I think, around the year 2017, but
Oh, okay, so they do exist.
no 24-hour sun videos from 2010 or 2005.
Why did you shift the goalposts? It went, you in your own story went from, why were there none? Why were there none? To, okay, there were some, but like not enough. Moves goalposts on the bingo card.
Over the 1990s, there's no other 24-hour sun videos in Antarctica, but we're supposed to believe that YouTube shills got a video of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in 2024. That defies all reason, all logic, all common sense.
So ask yourself, why is this new? So consider if the event or somebody's message has been artificially manufactured or timed. Look for patterns like sudden shifts in public opinion, trending hashtags that are unusual, or viral videos that seem very coincidental.
Again, these are all such subjective things. It's so hard to even say what you mean. Like, what do you mean atypical? What do you mean that it's like not usual or weird? These are such subjective judgments that every individual person is going to judge every scenario completely differently because they have different ideas of what is reasonable and different ideas of what is typical. How can you not understand that this guide is completely useless? It's basically saying, are you suspicious? Then it's a psyop. That's basically all it's saying.
The timing shifts public focus. All of this is part of the NCI system I developed for teaching tradecraft and extreme psychological operations. And there's even a gigantic textbook for all of this stuff in the description. Definitely not for everybody, but it's definitely the most comprehensive guide in the world on this stuff. So next item, look for multiple sources. Centralized narratives create an echo chamber, and they silence dissent and they narrow perspectives. For example, if all media outlets present identical talking points, it is a humongous red flag. So
That's such a bad thing. That's crazy. What if they're just reporting on the facts? Then the facts are going to be the same between articles.
Actively seek out contrarian or independent voices, even if they challenge something that's already in your head. So in reality, an example, all the major news outlets report on the exact same study, but independent researchers revealed the study was funded by a company selling the solution. So watch for that group speak. Next is identify cognitive dissonance weapons. Let's talk about how this works. So cognitive dissonance comes up when new information clashes with our identity or our beliefs. So PSYOPs exploit the hell out of this by including micro-agreements. Micro-agreements are little, small, seemingly harmless concessions to shape your identity. And over time, you're going to unconsciously align your behavior to reduce that internal conflict. And as a weaponization example of this, a PSYOP might present you as a part of moral or intelligent enlightenment, like only good citizens do XYZ. If you disagree with that, you risk some identity conflict there. So reflect on your identity and ask, am I being nudged to identify with some other group?
You can Google or YouTube the final experiment, and it's easy to tell you are being fed one side of the story.
Or anti-flat earth videos have just always been more popular than flat earth videos, which is demonstrably true. There just aren't as many flat earthers as there are people willing to make fun of it.
Remember, once you decide on a subject, it can take a long time and a lot of information to rethink it.
There literally was an Eric Dubé video there, so clearly not one-sided.
It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. Mark Twain.
The irony of using that quote as a flat earther, oh boy.
So be very careful of any campaigns that are asking for seemingly minor commitments. As an example of this, let's say a company launches an ad campaign and they claim real patriots buy local. If you disagree with their product, it feels like rejecting your identity as a patriot. So this pushes you to conform.
If you self-identify as a patriot, what the fuck is wrong with you at this point?
Be very, very skeptical about those identity statements. Next is looking for those emotional scripts. And what I mean by this is the scripts that were written in our brains by our ancestors. So manipulated narratives trigger instincts.
Round, lad, round, lad, round, lad, round. Columbo, the world she's flat. the world she's around. She's flat. Look, King.
I gotta
Antarctic
skip that
summer
because it's Warner
This
Brothers.
scenario. So compare the script by focusing on the facts. Like, what's the likelihood of this scenario? So compare the claims with other sources.
If the 24-hour sun existed in Antarctica, then it would be reasonable to assume that north-facing shadows should be found with some images taken during the Antarctic summer. Come to find out, the vast majority, if not all of Google Earth's images of Antarctica were taken during its summer. That is great.
Yeah, more people are there during the summer. Most of the researchers and stuff, I think, leave during the winter because it's less hospitable. So more of them are there during the summer months, which makes sense why most of the photos would be from then, because that's when most people are there.
News for shadow research. It will depend on the time of day the footage was taken. But if we look over all of Antarctica and find no north-facing shadows, then that is some strong evidence for no 24-hour sun. Remember that what we call satellites operate at all times of the day. A certain percentage of shadows must be facing north. Then if a 24-hour sun actually existed, let's find out. Pay attention to the compass in the upper right corner and the imagery date below.
How long is this slideshow? I'm gonna skip past the slideshow.
And now, like 51 minutes. And again, this is at, like, I noticed it like 51 minutes in to video, and now at 52 minutes and 6 seconds. It's just obvious.
I don't know what we're supposed to be looking at.
That there is a right angle and a blue line that cuts all the way up and across.
Oh.
This is all stage?
He thinks it's a stage.
This is all stage?
Next is follow the money. So there's a trail of beneficiaries here. So identifying who benefits always is going to reveal the motive.
Okay, 5. Yeah, no, let's do it. I'm very interested. I'm here for this, actually. Okay.
Jonathan, how much are you getting paid?
Well, how much am I getting paid?
Yeah.
Listen, wait, don't answer that, Jonathan. Don't answer that.
Yeah.
Will Duffy, Jonathan needs to get paid for his time. Will hired him. Okay? We could hire somebody. So I'm going to stand up for Will on that one. He hired him.
So look for funding sources like sponsorships or political connections that are tied to the narrative.
At Amazon Studios, we think big.
Back to the goddamn thing. What is this called? The volume?
And that's why we've invested.
See an Emisor have fun at class.
In the newest technologies, expanding our creative possibilities and offering our filmmakers an experience like no other. Introducing Amazon Studios Virtual Production.
We ourselves are the filmmakers, so we're trying to make a safe place for storytellers to be ambitious.
Bigger than traditional walls that have been built in the past, just so we're able to encompass full world-building shows.
There's such a wonderful realism that's created with virtual production. The ability to experiment with it on this piece felt really fitting.
It definitely gives the ability for filmmakers to be able to visualize and utilize different locations within the same stage. There are so many aspects of it as we shoot different content for different shows. We could have a setup in the morning of one environment, have foreground set pieces. Shoot all that, and then after wrap, be able to swap out all the foreground set pieces, switch out the back.
Literally, we've gone over this when the final experiment was fresher. They have full trucks and stuff in frame that drive all the way from right in front of the camera all the way out to the far distance. Like, it's clearly they're there. They are not in some sort of studio. They are not in an enclosed space. They walk near the camera and very far away from it. Like, it's not one of these Amazon things. It's just impossible for it to be that.
And shoot a totally different environment the next
But I
morning.
assume he won't show any of that footage because it's devastating to the thing he's implying.
It could be a whole different part of the world.
This type of filmmaking tool makes location shooting around the world accessible to budgets big and small.
Next, and this one is very important, is analyze the context boundary. The mechanism here is context, and context defines what is permissible. So manipulative people shift contexts to normalize extreme behavior.
On Yah, I swear on everything that I went to Antarctica and that I did not lie to Antarctica.
He looks to the right. He's lying.
Oh no! Body language bullshit! Yeah, all this body language reading stuff is complete horseshit, and anyone who tries to convince you otherwise, be very wary of. This shit is not true. People have been convicted wrongly of crimes and stuff because of this, so please, please don't take it seriously. The cops are into it too, if that tells you anything. Please don't trust the body language, quote, experts. It's total horseshit.
And he also doesn't say that I swear I saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, so that's interesting.
So ask, what is the context? Compare some similar events in different settings to see if the rules or responses seem disproportionate. Look for contradiction. Compare some similar events in different settings to see if the rules or responses seem disproportionate. Look for contradictions. So for lots of the students who are brand new to NCI University, this right here is the most massive realization when they realize that the ability to weaponize cognitive dissonance and then shift the context can get anyone to do almost anything. This changes the context to make previously unacceptable actions seem absolutely necessary. Next, spot the use of archetypes because they're woven into our brains. PsyOps.
If I could get a major streaming service to fund a documentary, would I go with Amazon, Netflix, or other? I don't know. That's never gonna happen to me, so I'd rather not have to deal with hypotheticals that force me to deal with evil corporations.
Simplify narratives.
Probably Amazon, though.
By using archetypes like heroes and villains and saviors, deconstruct the story. Ask, who are the characters and what roles are they playing?
In making a documentary, I'm the filmmaker in the group. I'm a flat earther as well. It's hard to say what I think these days, but I'll tell you this, the AE map seems to be inaccurate. I think some of the things with the flat earth now give me reason to investigate a little different. You know, when you see the sun circle around you, it's pretty clear just based on where we are that it couldn't be happening where the rest of the planet is getting day and night every day as they do, with the exception of the North Pole, but that's for the same reason that down here in the South Pole, we're getting this 24-hour sunlight.
That doesn't make any sense. You've been a flat earther for 8 or 9 years, and you just said we go to space? Another red flag, bro.
Okay, well, excuse my my grammar, but my thoughts were send us up in a ship as high as it'll go with one of these ships, and like obviously if they don't send us in a ship high enough, oh, there's an issue. If they do send us, what will we see?
Jonathan's a real flat earther.
Simplistic, like good versus evil stories.
They're so desperate for it not to be the fact that just it changed some people's minds. Because that's devastating to them.
Usually signal manipulation, just about every time. So always seek nuance there.
The final experiment is about the fact that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica does not work on a flat Earth. It's not possible on a flat Earth, and it's obviously what the globe says happens.
And the narrative ignores their mistakes and oversimplifies the conflict to prevent a lot of scrutiny.
Now, what is Vapegate, you might ask? Well, one comment that kept cropping up during people's live streams was the lack of visible breath. With conspiracy theorists
it's the summertime, and it's also a desert, so there's not a lot of moisture.
arguing that this was somehow proof that we weren't outside in a cold environment, but instead we must be in a studio somewhere. Then, during Austin Whitsett's live stream, he'd already been asked a few times about breath and was then asked to pick up some snow. So he went back into the hut off camera to go and get his gloves. And when he came back onto camera, he then produced 2 visible breaths, which then stopped again. And what I'm seeing from that is thick, foggy breath being exhaled as he exits the hut, then clearly holding what appears to be a vape pen to his mouth for quite a while as he's walking back, then
blew it
putting
out.
something in his pocket and then blowing thick fog from his mouth before getting back to the computer, which to me personally seems to fit the argument of him vaping.
I live in Florida, bro, where it's warm, humid, and close to sea level.
They cut the but on that video. The person goes on to say, but here's why in the actual close-up when he gets closer to the camera, it's not that.
This was a complete flip on its head for me. I literally got sick. Okay, now what I want you to actually address, though, is I'm telling you, factually, I did not hit a vape, walk over to the camera, and exhale a vape.
The first time I was asked if I vaped in Antarctica, I said yes. Yes, I vaped.
I'm telling you, factually.
He did vape, but that's not where the fog came from in that particular clip. Not the one they already showed. That is the vape. He hasn't yet shown the one where he gets close to the camera and has some breath.
Did not hit a vape?
Yes, I vaped. I used to vape. I quit vaping. I found a vape in my bag. Everyone claiming that's a lie. I guess I can see why that's coincidental or whatever, but
the more words you use, the less believable you sound. The more words it takes to tell the truth, the farther it looks from.
I found an old...
I hate that. That's terrible. What if you're just verbose? Sometimes people just talk a lot. Doesn't make me dishonest, asshole.
Vape, and I hid it because I wasn't at home, right? So, like, I wouldn't vape around my children. You know, like, I wasn't going to smoke when I had children or whatever. I also had a cigarette there. I hate cigarettes. I think they smell terrible. Would never smoke around my children, etc. So the idea that I was away from my house is the only reason I would be vaping or smoking a cigarette, okay? I never lied about hitting a vape.
I'm telling you, factually, I did not hit a vape.
Yes, I vaped. What I said... And
they're trying to juxtapose these clips as if he's being dishonest and telling 2 different stories. He did not hit a vape to produce the breath that they're actually talking about. He did vape, but not in the scenario, which they still haven't shown the footage of. Frustrating. Frustrating that they're being this dishonest.
Still say to this day, which is just the truth, is that I did not hit a vape and then walk over to the camera to try to fake my breath.
Less is more. When you over-explain, it's because you have this fear that they're not going to believe you. So.
And why would you be afraid flat earthers wouldn't believe you? They're so good faith. That's sarcasm. Of course they're not going to believe you. You're directly opposing what they believe, and they will never believe you.
You give more detail in hopes that they believe that you're telling the truth or believe you know what you're talking about.
So, like, if you actually look at the video real closely, you'll see every time I hit a vape, I'm trying to hide it from the camera. And that's because I would never vape on camera.
But the more words
so anyway,
you use, the less believable you sound. The more words it takes to tell the truth, the farther it looks from.
I hit a vape, I walk over there.
The dishonest editing in this is pissing me off. It is incredibly manipulative. And it's so funny that this video is about not being manipulated, but it's so manipulative in and of itself with the editing. Disgusting.
I exhale out away from the camera. Like, I turn my head away from the camera and everything, try to get another exhale out, and then
is
I walk
more.
over there talking.
When you over-explain, it's because you have this fear that they're not going to believe you. So you give more detail in hopes that they believe that you're telling the truth or believe you know what you're talking about.
Hot water, because if you want it to be cold, you just throw snow in there. Like, the water just comes from the snow anyway, right? So when you drink hot water and you walk outside, you see your breath more. And it takes like a couple minutes so you don't really see your breath. So I just assumed that that's what my breath was from, which is why I said, "What's up now?" and took 2 deep breaths after that, thinking you'd keep seeing it, and you didn't. Why isn't your breath foggy? It's not as foggy as it was a second ago.
Should have brought out a cup of water.
But right before I started the stream, I tested it, so I knew you guys were going to say that. And my breath was like super foggy earlier, but it's not really foggy right now. I don't know. There's a little breath. What's up now? You have to take like deeper breaths, and it sucks. It hurts your lungs.
Stop the cap.
No. But Marty, you wanted to bring up some points about what we care about and what we're saying and what we mean here.
Yeah, so let's just go on the list right away. Okay, so are we proclaiming without question that they faked the 24-hour sun? As of right now, I'm leaning very strongly yes, and I think Dave is pretty much there too. But there are other possibilities. Do we still have to take into consideration that there could be a rational, reasonable explanation for there is a 24-hour sun down there, and there's a reasonable explanation in our flat Earth model because of optics, dome, that sort of thing? Yes, that's still a possibility as well. But do we believe that this avenue should be specifically looked at? Yes. And once you start looking at this avenue, I think the rest of them are going to fall off, and you're going to start to see that this actually makes a whole lot of sense.
Next, evaluate the frame. So let's do a step-by-step evaluation here. First one is expectation. What are you expected to believe or do based on this thing that you're exposed to in the media? Next is belief. What assumptions are being made about you, like your values or your fears? Then we have perception. So how is reality being shaped, like selective facts or missing contexts? And definition is the final step here when it comes to a frame. What truth is being asserted as something that's completely unchallengeable?
They expect to get you to believe in a perception to accept this fallacy of a reality so they can control your mind more easily. When someone is sucked out of their skull so far beyond comprehension that they can't trust their own senses, you can imagine how easily manipulated they are when it comes to other deceptions. I do not know of one seasoned flat earther who fell for the pandemic and actually got injected with
Good luck with that.
This comes up with information suppression. So really look for topics that are being avoided, critics that are being silenced. If somebody needs to be silenced in order for an idea to make it, then the idea is not good. So alternative viewpoints being discredited, that's a big one to look out for.
You can actually take the same link from your YouTube video and post it on the RTS platform, and it'll lift the shadow banning. Sometimes YouTube will only show less than 1% of the views that are actually being viewed. This is a good example here of one of my videos where it shows 419 views, but somehow 3,000 likes. I've literally caught them sabotaging my views.
In terms of conspiracy theory content generally,
Are you botting your video?
our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of...
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
So cross-check timelines of events and notice if critics are labeled conspiracists or if algorithms are suppressing some kind of specific search, and this is a big one, especially in today's time.
This should go without saying, but I will go ahead and say it anyway. Whenever you Google flat Earth, all of the information is completely one-sided. It's
We demand to be taken serious. No, of course it's one-sided. You're wrong. The information out there is the information out there. They're not manipulating it. You're in the vast minority. You're barely a blip. Of course this comes up, you crazy, crazy bastard.
It's either misinformation, a straw man fallacy, controlled opposition, or information that's steering you away from flat Earth. It's not giving you any credible content from a real flat earther's perspective.
There's no such thing as credible content from a flat earther's perspective.
Why isn't there better content like True Earth Wiki that comes up where you can look up whatever you want regarding flat Earth? That will give you a
Because it's full of misinformation. Thanks. Glad I can answer that for you.
credible resource. It's because they are hiding the truth from you. That should be very easy to understand.
So next, be alert to rapid compliance shifts. This one is scary and it's happening every day. PSYOPs create urgency to drive rapid compliance. And these tactics are stuff like emotional appeals, staged group behaviors, or false consensus. For this, it's really important to slow down and resist the pressure to act, to question the conformity as much as possible, and test the message, engaging the skeptics there.
Then we have this controlled opposition named Robbie Davidson, who is now coming out on his Facebook saying that he is going back to the globe. If that is not a rapid compliance
He ran conferences too.
shift, I don't know what is.
Study the timing of the events, and this one's huge, especially right now. Timing is everything. Ask yourself, why is this happening now? So what other events or scandals might this thing be distracting everybody from? So look for very coincidental timing with unrelated major news stories or political movements. PSYOPs can very often be smoke screens.
Ironically, right after the final experiment is finished and all the information starts blowing up, LA starts burning down to the point where only some of the trees burned, but somehow was melting aluminum down to a liquid.
Coincidence? Probably not. The next thing I want you to do
What?
is to sharpen...
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not conspiracy brained enough to even understand what the fuck he means by that connection. A nebulous connection that they're both PSYOPs, I guess?
Your brain to start hearing and understanding these manipulation tactics. And one of the biggest things that you can do, the most effective way that I could train you right now, just you and me, is to teach your brain to recognize logical fallacies. So let's go through these, because PSYOPs very often use these flawed arguments to convince people. And if you know how to spot them, it makes you a lot harder to manipulate. Let me give you 10 of these so that your brain gets hardwired to start seeing everything a whole lot differently. So the first one that you're gonna see all the time, appeal to emotion. So this uses fear and anger and hope to bypass logic.
This exodus will continue until a flat earther can show how TFE's experiments and observations can work on a flat earth. But instead of doing this, the flat earth community as a whole is taking the position that we did not actually go to Antarctica, or that we did not see the real sun, or that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, despite the fact that we all witnessed it with our own eyes. They are arguing that we were in a giant studio filled with LED screens, or that the sun was created with a giant laser pointer to fool us.
No one ever said that.
Next is the straw man argument.
I definitely saw people saying it was some sort of light in the sky, or that it was a satellite that was meant to be the sun. So I did see things akin to that.
This misrepresents somebody's argument so they can attack it better.
Also, that wasn't an appeal to emotion. So that's weird that he used that as an example when it wasn't that.
Don't let anybody trick you that flat Earth is a flat disk in outer space.
So somebody might say they oppose the lockdowns because they don't care about lives. Think about that one. Number 3 is the bandwagon fallacy. So this claims that something is true because everyone supports it. And this is, you hear this all the time. Millions of people agree with X, Y, and Z. You should agree with it too.
I had asked you to debate one of them flat Earth guys.
No, I don't. I can't. No.
I know. We talked about it, and we were gonna have him on Skype.
No, that is something that should not be debated. Does not belong in front of an audience getting debated.
Only 64% are convinced that the world is a ball. The world is a circle, that the world is a, what is it, a spheroid? Only 64% are convinced that the world is a ball.
Is that in Joe Rogan's audience? Because holy shit, that's so pathetic if that's true.
Please don't cry like that. Please don't, Brennan.
Number 4 is the false dilemma. This presents only 2 extreme options, and it ignores alternatives. So it's the either you're with us or you're against us fallacy there.
It doesn't matter when there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. If there is, that falsifies flat Earth, and it confirms the globe.
Number 5 is
How was that an oh, sorry, that was the
attack.
false dilemma, sorry.
This is the attack of the person and not the argument. Be very observant for this. So this is when you hear you can't trust her. She's not a scientist. You can't do X because they're not qualified based on X. Ad hominem is very common.
I don't think that's an ad hominem to point out someone doesn't have the qualifications to be making the claim they're making. That quite specifically is not an ad hominem. That's you pointing out the lack of credibility of the speaker. It'd be one thing if you were like, you're an idiot. That's ad hominem, right? But to literally point out, you don't have the qualifications. Like, where are you getting these ideas from? You don't have the qualifications to be, like, saying that. I don't think that's ad hominem.
And I want your brain to be able to spot it.
Why do people think the Earth is flat? The Earth is clearly round, right? That's why we have the horizon, time zones, seasons, day and night cycle. We seen it from space. We know more about the curvature of the Earth than the vast majority of things in our world. So how can someone get confused about the shape of the Earth? Well, the answer is actually more annoying than you'd think. Flat Earthers aren't coming to the conclusion that the Earth is flat the same way we came to understand that the Earth is round. Scientific experiments, general observations, and mathematical equations all prove to us that the Earth was round. But Flat Earthers' belief isn't based on evidence, it's based on distrust. They believe that people in power are lying to them, that experts are full of shit. There is no actual evidence that proves the Earth is flat. The whole conspiracy is based solely on the distrust of authority. That's it. And hey, I told you the answer was annoying.
Number 6 is appeal to authority. And this is a claim that something is true because an authority figure said so. So like Dr. X supports it, so it's absolutely right. You have to trust the science.
We should speak of seeking evidence that disfavors the hypothesis that the Earth is flat, of which there is plenty, starting with the historical evidence about how stellar constellations shift if you travel, how the length of shadows changes, to Newton's 1/r² force law, that is the law for a sphere, not a disk, not to mention Einstein and gravitational redshift and the perihelion precision of Mercury.
None of this is appeal to authority. This is citing experiments and work done by physicists.
And so on and so on.
This isn't appeal to authority. This is appeal to, look, here's the work that physicists have done.
The problem that flat earthers have is that they cannot do most of these observations themselves. So if you buy the idea that it's only your personally collected evidence that you should accept, then it seems you cannot refute the idea that the Earth is flat.
Number 7 is the slippery slope. These are claims that one action is going to lead to some extreme negative outcome. So you've heard this before. Somebody says something like, if we allow this, we're going to lose all of our freedoms. All of our freedoms are gone. The country is gone. All of that kind of talk like that. Be very attuned to when you hear that and very cautious when you hear that.
If you do not think about your sensory input, if you do not properly decode it, you arrive at the wrong conclusion. Flat earthers similarly arrive at the wrong conclusion by failing to decode evidence, indeed by simply ignoring a lot of evidence that their own senses deliver. This is evidence about how society and how science works. Whether we are scientists or not, we all constantly use this evidence to navigate life, and I'm sure flat earthers are no exception.
Number 8, hasty generalizations. And these are broad claims that are made with very little evidence. So the example is, 2 politicians lied, so all of them must be corrupt. So
M. Scheffler says, oddly, that lady is also a crackpot. Professor Dave has videos on her. Yeah, I think Angela Collier has also done stuff on her as well.
Giant claim, tiny bit of evidence. 2 politicians might have lied, so they're all corrupt.
These controlled opposition's accusations do not speak for the entire Flat Earth community. You don't have to be a Jack Parsons to figure that one out.
Number 9 is huge. It's the red herring. So this distracts people with irrelevant information. You've heard this maybe as an example when somebody says, why are we worrying about climate change when we have so much crime going on right now? It's an argument of distraction. Number 10 is false equivalence.
All right, so anybody can go to these 2 websites, or any website really, and check out the AI detection software. This first
Fun fact, software like this is really bad, and it's going to give you tons of false positives.
one, I uploaded the video from McKeegan's, the first one that was uploaded, and it took like 8 still shots or whatever. Came back as multiple fake indicators, shows you the image manipulation.
Yeah, this is total horseshit. Holy fuck.
that 39% of it is manipulated.
If anyone needs to hear this, these online tools to detect if something is AI don't work for shit. There's no effective way to do that using a machine right now.
So they probably use some fake, some real. Here's this footage or this picture coming back as being AI or not, or maybe computer generated, not necessarily AI, but tampered with. Same with this one. There's dozens of them that I put in here. I took a picture from my window to show what it looks like a real picture, just for as like a comparison. And obviously that came back with the green saying it's fine. So here's another one that's like the little tents from Jaren's chest cam footage. Got quite a bit of Jaren's chest cam footage that's fake. This one actually said that it looked legit, but then I noticed it looked like I didn't see a sun, I just saw the mountains there. So then I decided...
Sorry, we got one that wasn't manipulated, so now I have to manipulate it until it says manipulated, because that's devastating to my case, obviously.
The crop, just zoom in, take the picture, just cropped out the sun, as you can see here. Put that in, and all of a sudden, bam, computer generated, modified image.
I hope that was easier to watch than it was to edit. Now, I'm going to do something I don't usually do. I'm going to ask you to share this video.
Lennon Cat says, I modified the image and it said the image was modified. Surprised Pikachu face.
I'm obviously not doing it for the views. I'm doing this to get the truth out. This is deceiving some people and they do need to see the light. So, to all the deceivers out there, let this be a message from the real Flat Earth community. You cannot pull a stunt like this without us honest researchers picking it apart. This
the real Flat Earth community
is not being stopped, let alone slowed down. You are fighting against God's creation. You're at a lost cause. The truth will always prevail.
Jesus, melodramatic ass bitch. Okay. We're doing it. We're almost at 4 hours. We're almost halfway there. I think I might get Little Caesars for dinner or something. I think I deserve a greasy, disgusting slop treat. And there's circles of pizza for $5. They're probably not $5 anymore, but they hit the spot. God. Anyway, not quite halfway there, but almost. Let's see what we're going to watch next. We should look at the bingo card. It's been way too long. Jesus, I don't remember any of the stuff on the bingo card at this point. PSYOP. Think did we have reincarnation? Tartaria, because that lady talked about the Tartars. The deep state was said. Believes evidence is self-evident. Flat Earth, of course. Uses AI. Anything else? Oh, shilling. Thank you. Shilling scamming. Did we have word salad? Oh, yeah, we did. I remember. Sorry, that was just hours ago. All right. Chemical fear-mongering. They did mention vaccines, sure. Oh, doesn't know what a coincidence is. And Eastern religion. Yeah, because they had chakras. Wow. Poor understanding of Eastern philosophy or religion. Doesn't know what a coincidence is. What number is doesn't know what a coincidence is? Is that on here? Doesn't understand how cameras work. Alright, do we have doesn't understand coincidence anywhere? Doesn't understand their problem is capitalism? Sure. "93 Ancient Wisdom?" Sure. Seriously, does anyone see doesn't know what a coincidence is? Oh, I already marked it. Duh. Alright, we're good then. Let's see what's next. Here's an old James Rink video, because why not?
We're here today because there's an extraordinary thing happening at the end of the month. Frank Jacobs and Tanya
and Giants for Roger on the bingo card.
Maiden Ford from Screen Addiction who are currently researching the looking glass technology. It's a technology that is used to peer into the future to understand what are the possibilities that exist, bad and good, and how do we steer reality into those good places. And so they're coming here on the 29th to LightNet in Sedona to do a dinner, 50 people. And we were just sitting here talking about all sorts of cool technology, which we're going to put a video up on that. But you were also talking about looking glass and the different consciousness technologies that exist, and also Frank's work.
Yeah, so the looking glass technology originally was found in China. And this was back in the 1920s and 1930s when the Anna Nabra from the Third Reich was searching for advanced technology all around the world, so they recovered it from China, but they couldn't get it to operate. So it was eventually they made a trade with
Wait, did he say the Third Reich founded in the 20s? There was no Third Reich in the 20s. The Nazi organization existed, but they hadn't taken power in Germany yet in the 1920s. What are you talking about? What?
Americans, I'm not sure what the Americans got, maybe officers or something during the war, to get that looking glass. So it eventually wasn't until the mid-1960s when they got it to operate. And it was my friend Dan McBolin who we did some session work together. He remote viewed it for me, and it's actually, I got it on my Rumble channel from the looking glass technology. But what he described, it was on a military base, and there are different rings inside of rings, similar to what you saw in the movie with Jodie Foster. That's
right.
Contact.
Contact.
That was the Contact movie, and so that was soft disclosure there. But I don't think it's actually that big. To get it to
and
work.
then CERN is also existing, which is also along.
So CERN's a whole nother thing, because CERN was part of the negative side agenda. What they're trying to do is open up portals to communicate with beings to help them figure out the cabal, how to win the war, so the temporal war, whatever you want to call it. But so there's also the yellow cube device, which is from some of the I'm pretty sure that's gray technology. I have that put into report too. But the looking glass technology, it looks like the white hats are in control of it. So I don't really think like the negative side has it anymore. But what I can say is that the looking glass, because the white hats the looking glass basically looks into the future based on your own consciousness. So the negative side, we're seeing a negative future. The positive side is seeing a positive future. So that's why I think the future is going to be positive now. But sorry about that. And so I guess now we can talk about some other technologies.
Yeah, you were mentioning there's other technologies to peer into our future and get that evolutionary curve, because yeah, so we can band together and create really cool stuff. And I don't even think the stuff that they're trying to do right now is working. I think they're moving up different things like Project Blue. You know, we don't have to get into all the details, but I don't think this is working out the way that they thought it was.
Okay.
So this is good.
Yeah.
We're already winning here.
MISSP.
We're already winning.
This is my.
Are you winning, son?
The Super Soldier presentation that I did here in Sedona this past week. I talked about some of the different types of advanced technology. One of the things we discussed is the consciousness chairs that were recovered from crash flying saucers. So the navigation chair is used by a pilot that has certain psionic abilities, and they can open up portals, and these craft can go through portals. So when the military got a hold of this crashed saucer craft and pulled out the navigation chair, they put one of them anyway down at Montauk. So Montauk, there's actually 24 different places. It's not just at Montauk Point, Long Island. So the conscious chair, they can open up portals and they're traveling through time, and that's a whole other project. But what I can say is that the conscious chairs can be used also for there's something called a soul chair, which
it's a reference to Stargate Atlantis. Oh hell yeah!
It looks like pink.
I'm still on SG-1. No spoilers.
And you sit on it and you turn invisible, and your consciousness can transfer into an avatar on the spaceship. So that's very advanced alien technology. Sorry, but for a while I thought that the SSP groups did not have the technology to pull your soul out, but apparently they do have the technology to transfer your soul consciousness. And there are some certain violations of the galactic, I don't know which universe that we are in, that basically that's a huge no-no. And there are some rules and all that. The Time Corp regulates that, but we can go down Time Corp, but I want to go.
So
okay.
I was just going to interject real quick that's, by the way, how the Keshe Foundation is doing the teleportation device. They call them transmutation devices, but basically they are using the GANS material to pull the soul out first, and then you bring the physical body second. So it is there. We are able to separate that. Obviously.
Okay.
I guess you can use anything in a negative way. Like, yeah, you don't want your soul yanked out, but I guess, isn't that what happens?
It seems like they must be raising the frequency of the body itself up to the higher dimension in order to do the work on it. That's my guess. Because I mean, the GANS material is almost like an interdimensional. It's not even like physically totally in this realm. Is what we're looking at by analyzing GANS material, like a plasma state of matter. But I'm not the expert on that. So yeah. Okay, well, we got conscious chairs. There's also, of course, the remote viewing chairs in my presentation.
Tell me about the remote viewing chairs.
Well, you can not only can you project, some people can project their consciousness, but you can also create a doppelganger as well. And so that particular technology would be using the navigator chair from the trip seat, but it also depends on the person's own natural abilities. Most of the people that went through Montauk would have had to have these abilities in order to run the chair. But there's also something called a trip seat technology. And the trip seat, what it can do is upload memories or delete memories, for instance. You can
Which episode is that, Harold Ebbleman? Because I'm only on season 2, so I don't know if I've gotten to it yet.
Learn a language in 2 hours. You can learn a PhD. Sorry, I know it's, I think hold on. You can learn all PhDs in about 2 months. So PhDs might be, I think PhD might be 2 hours as well.
Well, so the neurophone, James Flanagan also has a neurophone technology that works with your bone structure to do that. And he used to do that, like learn Russian, you put it in. So that's interesting.
Could be done on a subliminal level.
Yeah, so, it does. You don't listen to it, but it's becoming.
Well, trip seat technology has existed for thousands of years. There are DUMBs all over this planet where aliens and some humans have been
DUMBs stands for Deep Underground Military Bases, for those that don't know.
Interacting for a very long time. So
basically think the base from Stargate.
So we are basically just chattel here on the surface, but hopefully we can, educate us as
I'm still watching SG-1, Zane. I haven't started Atlantis yet.
Humanity as a
Season 1, Episode 4? I guess I don't remember. What was the 4th episode? Sorry, I've watched like 40 episodes in the last couple weeks, and I'm forgetting what the episode 4 was.
Whole, and we can raise our consciousness and realize that we are as powerful as them if we can just learn that we can accept our own powers, because we are, as hybrids of all these different races, we have all their abilities, but we're just being suppressed. Yeah, okay.
We've suppressed ourselves, and the thing is, it's a numbers game. And everybody watching here knows that you guys are like, it's a numbers game and we already won. So when we empower each other like we're doing right now, and when we talk about this consciousness boosting technology like your new cubes and things like that, this is where we get to spill our love out to everyone else, because
You're gonna spill your love out on everyone? Make sure you ask for consent first.
Gonna be more fun if everyone's in heaven together. Like, it's gonna be fun if my good is your good. I mean, it's like having our dreams come true all together. What could be better? It doesn't have to be exclusive, like that some people have and some people don't, and there's not enough, and we need to take this over here and you can't have it. Like, this is knowledge that wants to be out there. And so we look forward to having anybody that's in Sedona out here for Frank Jacob and Tanya Medford. They're going to be talking. It's a 2-hour panel. It's a dinner. It's only 50 people. It's a fundraiser for the work we're doing with the search engine for consciousness, and where we actually show you how to do impossible things like remote viewing in hours. You know what I mean? It's not that hard. You know how to do this, you guys. You know how to do this. And it's so cool to have you here talking about all these different, I've never even heard of some of these chairs and things like that. And so I'm excited to, let's build these things. Let's build them. I mean, we're ETs. We know how, know.
Okay, so I have been doing some work trying to remote view the medbed technology, and what it looks like, there's some kind of chronovisor tech in there, which is using a time travel component. Even the magnetic Bordeaux, the Antony Priory machines, what they found in there is that they can reverse cells prior to when they were sick. And they can even reverse your age. So the technology exists to reverse aging, but it's like all locked up and secretive. So because they don't want average human living a long time.
Well, yeah, and I talked to a stem cell guy. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention his name, so I won't right now. But he said that yes, it's possible to use time reversal, cure blindness, of course, reverse age, and all this stuff. So we're on the dawn of a total renaissance, you guys. So when you think, oh, is it possible that I'm going to see or walk again? Well, yeah.
Okay, tell people your website where they can find out.
Yeah, so we're at lightnet.org, and we're a collective intelligence platform of a community that are teaching people how to bend spoons, talk to dead people, do all this fun stuff, and we do it in groups of 8 with no leaders. We just practice, and we store the data in open data commons so that we can all access how to do these incredible things together.
Great. And so to learn more about the work I do, probably the best place to go is on Rumble. It's Super Soldier Talk. I do have a website called supersoldiertalk.com. If you want to learn about some of my technologies that I have, you can get a copy of my book. It's called Lone Wolf. Go to neologicaltech.com. So yeah, and I am on YouTube, but I've had to purge up most of my content on there because this censorship thing. But so just go to Rumble. All right. Thank you.
Rip. What else we got? Let's try this one.
Welcome back, everyone. I wanted to take a closer look at something I found really interesting. Cynocephaly, which translates to dog head, which is in reference to a dog-headed man. Now, this is something that I can clearly see why most people would overlook the detail in ancient documents or artifacts. When we see Saint Christopher with a canine head, images of the Egyptian god Anubis standing watch over the dead, our first instinct is to think,
is he the patron saint of furries?
Okay, well, that's just the way they are depicted in this image, with the head of a dog, just because it's art, until someone points it out as a pattern. Then you think, wait a minute, now that's strange. Yes, it is strange. It's strange like a cartoon. To think that there could have been a race of dog-headed people. From where? From what dimension? Was God trying to be funny when he created these dog people? Well, we're gonna get briefly into that in a moment, because when the same figure keeps showing up in places that never spoke to each other, that's not coincidence. That's a clue.
So dramatic. Yeah, tell me about the dog species. Let's go. Why not?
The name cynocephaly comes from ancient Greek, cyno meaning dog and cephaly meaning head. So it simply translates to dog-headed people.
Bummel Homestead says Occam's razor has no place here, huh? No. We replace it with Crazy's razor, which is whatever seems most interesting to you personally at the time is the most likely thing to be true.
Now, what's interesting is that this is descriptive, almost clinical, like the way ancient writers categorized different tribes and nations. When cynocephaly shows up in old texts, they're beings with human bodies and the heads of dogs or jackals living in distant regions. They're portrayed as intelligent, capable of communication. They have a social structure and organized communities. Some accounts describe them as tribal, living by their own customs and laws, hunting, trading, practicing forms of worship. They're either peaceful or spiritually inclined, or they're fierce, territorial, violent. So basically, they were just like humans. And that's the detail that tends to get overlooked. Ancient authors didn't write about the cynocephaly as monsters to be slain or myths. They wrote about them as another kind of people and part of the world as they understood it. So folks, even if this is something that only occurred for a short period in history, how?
Were they a tool to comment on society from the outside of it? Is it just satire, but they're using a species of dog people to comment on people? Because that's the vibe I'm getting, is that they wrote stories or tales about these people to talk about people without talking about people. You make it a different thing, but you're still really talking about human beings. It's a fable. It's a parable. It's another word for it. Anyway, fable or parable, basically. It's my guess.
Where did they come from? Where did they go? How could this have happened and then they all disappeared, right? When you go back and actually read where the cynocephaly come from,
allegory, thank you.
Theseus was a Greek physician from the 5th century BC who served at the Persian court. He wrote about dog-headed tribes living in India, describing their appearance, how they communicated, how they lived, and how they interacted with their neighbors. Whether he was reporting first-hand information or compiling accounts from travelers, the tone matters. He wasn't telling a myth. He was documenting what he believed existed at the edges of the known world. The same way other historians described foreign nations and strange customs, right?
Something being in the same style doesn't mean that it's literally true. Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels is written like a travel log, but it's fictional. That's what a pastiche is, right? It's something that takes on the style of another thing. You don't get that?
Pliny the Elder, one of Rome's naturalists, who included cynocephaly in his work Natural History, he was trying to catalog everything that existed in the world, animals, plants, minerals, people. When he mentions dog-headed men, he places them right alongside other distant tribes with no dramatic flair, no suggestion that the reader should doubt their existence.
Sounds like they were mistaken.
He said, on many of the mountains again, there is a tribe of men who have the heads of dogs. and clothe themselves with the skins of wild beasts. Instead of speaking, they bark, and furnished with claws. They live by hunting and catching birds. According to the story, as given by Tijas, the number of these people is more than 120,000. That same mindset carries straight into the medieval period. If you look at very old maps, those famous medieval world maps, you'll see cynocephaly drawn right alongside other so-called races of men. They appear next to giants, pygmies, and other distant nations, all placed at the outer edges of the world.
Sounds like they were trying to come up with ideas about what's in places they've never been to, and they made up some shit.
They didn't present these things as these aren't real. They were saying these are far away.
Okay, but they're not real, so write that one down.
Cynocephaly belong to the same category as any distant people you might never meet, but still believed existed somewhere beyond the horizon. Now, here's something that's just strange that most people have never even heard of. In early Christian tradition, St. Christopher, some of the oldest icons in Eastern Christian images, show him with the head of a dog. And in those early depictions, Christopher is identified
It's more like a horse.
as a cynocephalus who converts to Christianity. He is baptized and ultimately becomes a saint. Over time, those images disappear. Christopher is gradually redrawn with a fully human face, and the dog-headed version is quietly pushed aside, treated as an embarrassment or a misunderstanding. So why would the church feel the need to erase his original form? If it was
Because they found it embarrassing that they were claiming someone had an animal head?
purely symbolic and just an image, why not explain it? If it was myth, why preserve the story at all? Instead, the image was sanitized, normalized, made safer for doctrine and for people's comfort. Ancient Egypt gives us Anubis, right? The jackal-headed figure who guided souls through the afterlife. He was a guardian, a protector of thresholds, the one who stood between worlds and made sure souls reached the other side safely. Across cultures, beings like this show up again and again. They're what researchers sometimes call threshold beings, or entities that exist between realms, between life and death. Anubis fits perfectly into the role of a psychopomp, a guide of souls, similar to figures like Hermes or even certain angelic messengers. And this overlaps with the idea of watchers or intermediaries, beings that stand between humanity and something higher, observing, guiding them, and sometimes interfering. So I think when it comes to angelic beings, this all fits into the idea of incarnation. So one of the first abilities or gifts, or some people could call it a test, is the ability of incarnation that was given to the angels, where you could take on any form, and that would lead to an angelic being to incarnate into a half man, half bird, or a half man, half fish, or a half man, half dog. And that is the only reasoning that I could think of when it comes to these beings existing at all.
You can't just imagine people coming up with the idea of dog people. That's like the most basic idea ever. Humans and dogs have been together for the entirety of human civilization. The idea that, like, oh, what if dogs had a civilization is like one of the most obvious creative ideas to come up with.
I mean, we do have the serpent or serpent-like being at the beginning of the Bible. There's also the chance that what we're seeing is symbolic encoding. Ancient writers often used imagery to describe caste systems, tribes, or
It's not an AI voice. This guy's been doing this for years.
Spiritual states rather than physical traits. A dog-headed people might have been a way of marking outsiders, you see, warriors or groups seen as living by different laws. But even symbolism doesn't cancel out reality. Now, if we try and connect this to the Nephilim in the Book of Enoch, those texts describe hybrid beings and forbidden unions. If that kind of hybridization was believed to have occurred, it would make sense for later cultures to preserve those memories in distorted or symbolic forms. Ancient people didn't separate myth from reality the way we do. For them, myth was how reality was remembered when the truth was too strange or too dangerous. What I find interesting about biblical creatures and something like a dog-headed man or something like a mermaid is the division of the species within the whole hybrid. So what I mean is the top half of a mermaid would be human while the lower half is fish, instead of the genetics mixing to form a completely new creature entirely. Am I right?
They didn't know about genetics when they
If
came
I
up
mix
with mermaids.
a dog with a man, I wouldn't expect to get a dog-headed man. I would expect to get a really ugly humanoid with a lot of problems. You see? So modern science relies on strict categories, and anything that doesn't fit neatly into those boxes tends to get dismissed rather than investigated. Add in the idea of collapse resets, periods where civilizations fall, records are lost, and history is rewritten by whoever comes next. And it becomes easier to see how entire chapters of human memory could vanish. Over time, the narrative changes. I'm sorry to tell you folks that yes, they have rewritten our history several times over. And only what supports a clean, linear story of human evolution survives. If humanity wasn't always alone, if there were once other intelligent beings walking alongside us or something close enough to challenge that definition, then the entire story we tell ourselves about our place in the world starts to come apart. Whether the cynocephaly were flesh and blood, symbolic memory, or something in between, the fact remains they were remembered across cultures, across centuries, and then forgotten. Or maybe not. What do you think? What do you think they were? Let me know in the comments below. Please click the thumbs up button and like this video. Everyone have a great day. That's all for now, and there is more to come, and until then, stay awake, stay aware, stay safe, and I'll talk to you all soon.
Jesus. Okay, we're over halfway done. We're just over halfway done. 4 more hours. 4 more hours. I am so tired. Okay. 4 more hours. 4 more hours. We can do this. What's this?
Welcome back into another quick episode of Spaceman 2.0 Crypto Predictive Programming Show. We're going to point out a lot in this episode.
Oh yeah, this guy thinks he finds secrets to like crypto trading and all sorts of stuff. Want a bunch of bingo spaces in one go? Depends. What's the video?
Flip the switch.
Good morning, Vietnam!
1987 movie. Year before the internet patent came out with David Schwartz, Twin Flame, you got Neuralink there, but most of all, you have XRP. The stage is set. Nothing can stop us, geometric encryption. Reset. Let's do this. Q, all for one, one for all. And King Charles is the beast. Interesting. King Charles is the beast. Is King Charles the beast is my question.
These are other phrases with the same gematria value, I guess. Gematria on the bingo card.
All right, we all know this hangover scene in the movie. He wakes up, there's a little bit of music. See the pink there? Reddish, metallic-y colors. We won't get into... See the cans?
Do they show his balls in this?
Blue and red.
I'm avoiding the balls.
Watch the cans. Kicking over the cans. Blue and red make what? Purple. So what does this have to do with the Antichrist, you say? Let's just take a second look.
Okay, maybe he has underwear on. You kind of see his butt, though.
Look at the beads around his neck.
In the bathroom!
Listen up.
There's a jungle cat in the bathroom!
Okay, before we get into that headline, there's a jungle cat in the bathroom. Australia calls all of its citizens home from Iran. Australia has issued an urgent travel advisory urging all its citizens to leave Iran immediately due to escalating violent nationwide protest and volatile security situation. So there's threats of Israel about to bomb Lebanon, not only Lebanon, but of course Iran, right? And as of January 5th and 6th, Israel launched airstrikes in southern Lebanon. When they go into the land of the big trees, basically, I don't know how to say it otherwise, known for its trees, it is a sign, an omen, okay, of what they're starting to escalate there in the Middle East, that they've always wanted to through Albert Pike's 3 World War plan.
Oh my god, the bullshit Albert Pike stuff. I'm so tired of that fucking conspiracy popping up.
All around Israel, dragging everyone in. Okay, you can check this out. Israel continued attacks on Lebanon. Okay. Of course, Wikipedia is always going to say lacks credible evidence, but of course, the claim that Albert Pike wrote a letter to Giuseppe Manzini in 1871, okay, claiming there be second, first...
Of course it's going to say there's not credible evidence. No, they actually don't say that for things for which there's credible evidence that it happened. Fun fact.
Okay, First, Second, and Third World War, with the mutual destruction between Zionism and Islam, all right? And they're going to drag in all the Christians into that, fighting against Islam for their Zionistic 33rd degree Freemason dictator that will play on the world stage as our so-called benevolent king that has been given place for their Messiah, Moshiach, Ben David or Ben Joseph they're fighting against, saying one has been Joseph, one has been David, and you have to have the right one, so you're always going to get confused with 2 antichrists. So I went over this a couple years ago and about 8 months ago. I'll just show you the links to that in a second.
Harold Elliman says, "Behold, the fruit of my recent insomnia." Oh no!
Hey friends, how are we doing today?
Oh god, is this tinfoily? Is this tinfoily enough that we could watch it, or is this just going to be Sovereign Citizen Harold Elliman? I didn't know he had a YouTube channel. Let me save this real quick. Oh boy, Motto's America. Oh no, he's got a ton. Save that under Sovereign Citizen stuff. That's a sovereign citizen named Chief Motto that got arrested recently.
But there's a jungle cat in the bathroom. All right, it says that in Hangover movie. We all know that movie. It came out in 2009, which makes an 11. Okay, he says Good Morning Vietnam just after 11 and 56, which 56 makes 11. So 11-11, because they know 11-11 affects everyone on the planet, and 11 is the number of the Antichrist as well. So
Is
make
it?
a mockery of Jesus Christ.
Since when is 11 an Antichrist number?
People say that.
You remember thinking he could get a bingo? Okay, we can watch that next then. A little bit of a change of pace.
His birthday was actually September 11th, but that's another story. Could have been August 8th, 8 BC. But while they're telling us there's a jungle cat in the bathroom, could they be talking about the Antichrist?
9/11 out of nowhere on the bingo card. according to Jay's proxy, which I'll trust. I didn't hear it because I was talking.
So is that guy, Prince Harry, is the Antichrist. It says
Everyone can't be the Antichrist.
right here, who shall it be? It's funny, I was looking for one of my favorite decoders of the Antichrist and Prince Harry, and this girl came up 10 years ago. She says, came to her in a dream, okay? By G. I'd like you to look up this guy's channel, okay? Not only is he a master of geometria, he is a master of understanding the book of Revelations. Now, Prince Harry has like 4 names and more in titles, and each one of them adds up to 666. It's just unbelievable.
See you, Carpcosian.
You see that?
I wish I could leave and come back and finish this later.
Harry Mountbatten Windsor, Harry Spencer, Harry Henry, or Prince Henry Albert David. In simple, Hebrew, in English, check out this guy to be amazed. Right there. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. King Charles is the beast. I don't know, but Diana certainly liked someone else when she was with him, and there's stories that she could have been, you know, having a little bit of fun with this guy, and maybe he is the father, or another red-headed guy is the father of Prince Harry. Look at these pictures here. You see Harry right there. You see Charles. Look how tall Harry is. This guy seems pretty tall. I don't know. But just like Castro and Trudeau.
Oh no, he's into the Trudeau-Castro thing.
And Pierre, who is the real father out there. Okay. There you go. Is she looking at Charles, or is she looking at him?
Those are composite. That's a composite of 2 photos.
So you can check out that on your PC, personal computer.
I know what a PC is. Thank you.
Search that up in your hopefully Brave search engine. It's a perfect one for keeping things private, blocking ads. Could it be Prince Harry has made multiple appearances in the United Nations, and since 2022, I thought, okay, this is the starting, okay, when we were going through the pandemic, and then he's into United Nations building talking about peace and all this stuff. So, will he'll be making more appearances in the United Nations building? And if you check out my channel and type in, okay, well, check out this one. Spaceman 2.0 Antichrist Timeline Revealed. Okay, I did this 2 years ago. Talked a little bit about Prince Harry and how he is. So this all has to do with some of the aspects of the Antichrist. Just type that in, search engine, right there, Antichrist, and you'll come up with all these videos that I've done showing aspects, the rising of the Antichrist. And that one right there, here, the Tartarian Age, maybe you already had it. We got some more Illuminati bloodlines. But that one right there, where the 666 is on the side, goes into a little bit more on Prince Harry. But the 4 before it, this one, I think, no, that one, and that one as well. And you can check out a little bit more on the Phoenix Truth Rising show, which is my favorite show to do, most important. With the truth coming to you. So maybe you understand Kabbalistically decoding the book of the Revelations through geometria. Go into that guy's website and see how Prince Harry could add up too. Okay? The Antichrist. That being said, Spaceman 2.0.
Bad at it. Okay. All right, let's try Chief Motto's video and see if it's tinfoil.
Just got off another very long call. Why was the call long? Well, let me explain to you, okay? Many people who are learned, all right, they get to a certain point where they realize that, you know, as far as education's concerned, okay, and by education I mean in regard to commercial matters or in regard to legal matters, things like that, okay, that they have a level of knowledge that supersedes or, you know, exceeds 99% of the populations.
You're a super genius. Idiot says they're a genius on the bingo card.
The vast majority of people have a tendency to want to just keep...
Nice, Trey. Welcome back.
...talking. They're not interested in actually learning anymore. It can be frustrating dealing with people like that. Usually I sit still and listen. Why? Because Proverbs says a fool is only concerned with the revealing of his own thoughts. I don't want to be that guy. If you think you know more than me, I'm going to shut up. Go ahead. Spend the next 25, 30, 40 years, maybe even never of your life, never actually figuring out the things that you could have learned from a guy like me or an educated man, wise man, had you shut up for 5 minutes and listened. I used to hang out with my father.
Incredibly full of himself.
They're a very educated man, especially for around his people, because we don't tend to be very educated as Native Americans within reservation boundaries. And again, it's designed that way. That's how come you have a tribal council who literally engages in apartheid against their own people, decimating their own numbers because they're too ignorant to understand the evil behind blood quantum requirements, or even what apartheid means. But anyway, I digress. So hanging around my father and men generally 20, 30 years older than me, I started to develop an ear for their lexicon and their jargon and the things that they discussed. But by the age of about 12 or 13 years old, I realized that it was very difficult to relate to people my own age. Why? Because we didn't think about the same things. I was used to having adult conversations and thinking on a level 2, 3, 4 steps above most. I was learning 4-letter words when I was a kid, and all I did was read. Every study hall I used to read a book. About an hour. But I could get through a Louis L'Amour classic in about an hour when I was in 7th, 8th, 9th grade. So...
real quick,
when you start to read...
Trey sent some photos from the aquarium, and I need you to see this shark. Look at that shark! That's a good picture of a shark. What else we got? Ooh! One of these things? Whatever the fuck that is. Very cool. Hope you had fun.
And you get an ear for it, and you love learning, and... you know, all these different things. It's kind of a blessing and a curse at the same time. But what is this video about? This one's about who's actually in control at the very top.
Oh boy.
And to be able to understand that, I'm going to keep this under 10 minutes. Okay? But this has to do with the...
This is a 20-minute video.
It has to do with law. It has to do with all these so-called sovereign citizen arguments and everything else. You just don't know it. Why? Because you were raised in an educational system that was designed to indoctrinate you. Especially if you were educated on an Indian reservation, okay? So let me explain. To understand the Motto Nation, you have to understand the history of churches and organizations like that on this earth, okay? And you have to have a hyperactive understanding of the scriptures, law, and history all at the same time. If you're not willing to learn these things, then you deserve to be an ignorant slave, okay? And if you do learn these things, it's going to come to a point, like with me, where they blackball you. They cancel your social security number. They try to make sure that you can't make a living. Why? Because they don't want you talking about things that you're talking about. They don't want you educating people. They certainly don't want you educating pastors or castigating them because they're doing Satan's work on earth. What do I mean by that?
Satanism on the bingo card.
I mean the 501c3. Anything that you sign as a contract, pastors, you and I both know, 99% of you, you know you're on the wrong Sabbath day. You know that there is a history behind the James 16:11, the pedophile, the homosexual whose greatest work was on the occult, who created that, King James. Yet you don't correct your people. You don't tell them the importance of knowing the law. You like to claim that the law was done away with, that it showed up in Leviticus. Yes, somehow Noah knew what was clean and unclean when he brought him on the ark. And then you don't realize, or at least you will not share with your congregations, the fact that Asus was a Celtic deity. According to Ezekiel, we're not to allow the names of foreign Elohim to even come out of our mouths. How do I know this about the common Christian religions? It's because I was a Mormon for 30 years. I wrote a book on it, The Lamanites' War. Motto, you can find it somewhere. There was like 2 book sales. I think I was one of them. But
Nearest Crow Hill with 54 months says, Hannah, it's sub-baby time again. The McNasty family seeks a new name for their sibling. Also, I hope you're doing well. If you need, we are all here for you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's call this baby Sovsit McNasty. There you go. That one's going to be a handful.
anyway, it was the story of my coming out of Mormonism, understanding how it's a cult, how it's part of Satan's plan. I believe Joseph Smith's part where he says he saw an angel of light.
Why?
Go read the scriptures. It says Satan masquerades as an angel of light. So, you have at the very top the Vatican. Pope wears a mitre on his head, fish head. It's a sun deity, Ra. These are all pagan deities, people. You have good, you have evil. You have the seed of man, you have the seed of the serpent. Yes, literal seed of the serpent. You're saying we have reptilians? Yes, I believe we have reptilians. I also know that beyond the ice walls, there's other lands and other ice walls. Have you ever read Gulliver's Travels? Have you ever read all these different lores?
Wait, do you think Gulliver's Travels is real? That was written as intentional satire. What are you talking about? It's like the satire.
Have you read
like in high school, it's like, here's what satire is. Gulliver's Travels, Jonathan Swift, A Modest Proposal. That's like the example of satire.
The scriptures where it says that the sons of Noah became, or Shem, one of them, became mighty men in the earth. Have you ever read The Smoky God? The other things that you need to understand is that at the very top of all these things, you have a group of people, according to Revelation 2:9 and 3:9, who call themselves Jews, but are of the synagogue of Satan. They appear to be wholesome. They appear to be doing the right things at all times, but really, unfortunately, is Satan at their realm, at the very top. Whether it's the Rothschilds or whether it's Satan's people out of Astana. 200 seats at the top of their pyramid. How many angels were fallen angels? You got to read Enoch. You got to read all the scriptures, all 88 books in the Ethiopian text. And ideally, you want to read these things in the actual language, not the Greek and the Latin, which bastardizes things and changes them. So, I've had my theology change quite a bit over my lifetime. And I would have never learned about the difference between a 14th Amendment U.S. citizen slave, a juristic person, had I not been charged with a bullshit statutory offense. Didn't know how to defend myself in court. Didn't understand evidence. Didn't understand any of the procedures. Why? Because I was a law-abiding man. I've always been a law-abiding man. So why would I even have to deal with it? Yet the scriptures say in Matthew and Luke, woe to the lawyers and the teachers of the law. I harp on this quite a bit, often as much as I do against pastors who preach false narratives. But if you're out here as a gatekeeper and you're charging thousands of dollars to desperate people who are just trying to keep themselves out of these private prisons because they don't understand this admiralty bullshit, you're going to probably go to hell with kerosene pants, in my opinion. Yusuf L's got $50 a month. I think that's reasonable for somebody to have access to the amount of information he has.
I mean, quality and quantity are two different things. You might have a lot of information, but it's all wrong, so that's not very helpful.
Good guy. I think he tries real hard. I think half of these assholes out here are just self-aggrandizing jerks who want nothing more than fame and notoriety for themselves. My plate says servant. That's the mentality that I have. That's why I take phone calls from veterans in crisis. That's why I left the phone number on the video. I talk to my people through the means of the methods that are available to me, but as a law-abiding man, that's how I conduct myself, with honor in all things. But I don't deal with bullshit. I don't take it from people, especially servants. But my primary duty is to educate you as to the narrow path that leads to eternal life and salvation versus the wide path. That's why I tell my members, especially the young men, don't date divorcees. It's a sin. Yes, that pisses divorcees off. Why? Because they thought the grass was greener, they destroy their marriage, and then they go out and they either repeat the process or...
Wow, he hates women so much.
They want some guy to take them seriously when there's still all these other women out here who haven't...
That's true. This guy is a flat earther, for those that don't know. I wonder if he has any flat earth videos on his channel. Maybe we'll take a look in a little bit.
Done that to their husband.
David on YouTube with a $10 super chat says, quote, bullshit statutory offense. Yeah, not a great phrasing, huh?
Yet, why would we choose you with all the baggage that comes along with it? I want to make it en vogue to where being a divorcee means that you essentially will have no life. You'll be a social leper after that point with all men who are intelligent. Why?
You're a divorcee.
Because you're already a proven poor chooser of men, or just a loser or a liar who can't keep your wedding vows.
That's so funny. Chooses the